Definitely needed a bit of a break after the stream yesterday, but it wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. But I'm glad I stopped when I did. Content, and then live. That one, and now you're going to hear me talking. Okay. Definitely needed a bit of a... There we go. Pop that chat out. And it is definitely still stiff to use. I think that's probably the biggest issue at the moment, is it's actually still kind of difficult to use a mouse properly. Okay. Then let's see if we can see Victoria. Where is it? There it is. Boop, over to the main screen. And let's also sort out the camera settings. Actually, typing is also kind of difficult. So I'm intending to go back to work tomorrow, but I have a feeling I'll still be relatively slow. Okay, that's all done. Let's get into the game. So you might be a little bit surprised to see Victoria back on the docket. I did run a test game yesterday just to see how the war goes, and it occurred to me that this was just about the independence of Denmark. It's not a war I actually particularly care about. There are also one or two things I learned while doing it, so I'm just going to go back to that previous save. So it's the one before the war. It's this one I want. The big thing being that we have in fact finished building the explosives and munitions factories, which are holding us back from upgrading our units to skirmish infantry. So part of the reason we got absolutely smacked around is our units are still old. We're using line infantry rather than the skirmish infantry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the military tab. I'm going to select you, change line infantry to skirmish. And you can see this upgrades their offense from 20 to 25. And then more importantly, their defense from 25 to 35. And seeing as we are playing basically just a defensive war, that's a huge difference for us. Probably won't mean that we can win, but it does make a difference. The other thing I was thinking is, Norway is my puppet still, but they don't seem to be getting pulled into this war. Why? And it might be because they are still a protectorate as opposed to a vassal. So if I do this, then they become a puppet. So I'm going to try it. So their Liberty Desire is going to be rising again. They might just flip straight back to being a protectorate after this war. But this, hopefully, will mean that they get pulled in because they're now a puppet. The other thing I need to do is make sure that you guys are set to the strategic objective down here. Not that I think that makes a huge difference. And then the final thing we're going to do, when the war actually starts, is we're going to wait until they land down here, then move our troops. So we have all of our units defending Sweden, as opposed to half of them sailing over to Jutland and getting encircled and killed. Isn't there something about your units having penalties for a time after making a template switch? Maybe, but from testing yesterday, it wasn't that bad. The one problem that we do have is, even though we have the munitions factory up and running, the fact that we don't actually use munitions yet means we're not actually producing any. But that gets sorted pretty darn quickly. There was one other change we can make actually, and that was in the mobilization. We are going to make sure that our units are well equipped. So we're going to give them the extra supplies for that extra offense and defense and morale loss reduction. This is all affordable. We actually have 500,000 in gold reserves. So our main advantage in this conflict is we are actually very, very wealthy. Our economy is remarkably strong. We have colonial exploitation, cool. Denmark did better in their actual war against Prussia in 1851 as they won, and they also did better in 64 where they lost against Prussia and Austria combined than you did yesterday. But Denmark's issues are outdated arms too. Also, is there no way to create a defensive line in Jutland? You can't make lines! That's the problem with this freaking war system. Like, we can assign people to a front, and the front is this whole section. You can see it's all highlighting. Which is why we had a bunch of troops jumping over to Jutland, even though we actually wanted them defending over here against the naval invasion. You can't. You just can't. And you can't tell individual divisions where to go manually. So in like Hearts of Iron, if a front doesn't work, you just manually put your divisions where you want them. You can't do that here. It's so infuriating. This game is so close to being good. But the war system still pisses me the hell off. So we're just going to play a game, basically, where we're just going to avoid war as much as we can. Is one of the goals to form the Kalmar Union? No, because that's going to involve us fighting wars. Like, I like the economic system. With this update, Charters of Commerce, the economic system in this game is now good. I actually really like the different bells and whistles, the different levers you can pull to do different things. That's cool. It's just warfare really needs to get fixed. Right, where is this war? It's almost here. We're losing 16,000, that's because we're rearming our armies. And that's fine. So, no, Norway did not get pulled into this conflict, even though they are a puppet. Weird. And also, Austria never gets pulled in. Even though they lean towards the Danish side, they never actually join it. So, we are now going to watch this area like a hawk. Because we're going to see the Prussian units arriving. That's their navy, ready to launch a naval invasion. Here's the Dutch army coming across, which I'm sure they mean to use to defend Jutland, but they don't. Battle is then joined here. Now, we can assign these guys to this front, and they'll actually go to that position. Thankfully, we have railways, so they move pretty quickly. And now our entire army is defending against this invasion. Which, to Denmark's credit, they actually hold this position pretty well. But it's an offense of 47, even though it's a naval invasion. I don't know how they're getting that against 31. Big fight. Oh, that's us. Oh, shit. There's one more change I need to make. That's really bad. I need you to defend, not attack. I need you to defend, not attack. It's actually really annoying. Unless we win, in which case it's extremely awesome military capabilities. Are we actually winning that? Killing more of them than they are of us, just. And then it swings the other side. I think that this is completely meaningless. It means nothing. And now we have the Dutch defending here. Am I going to get encircled if I'm in fact trying to defend Copenhagen? Who knows? Am I selling IKEA furniture to the world? Not at present, because IKEA doesn't actually exist. Man over machine. Members of the Farmers League have expressed their concerns about technology replacing independence and dignity of manual labour. Momentum for the Farmers League, or lose momentum for the Farmers League. I don't really want them gaining strength, so we'll drop that. Okay, huge battle being fought here now. Now, unfortunately, our units are low morale and low manpower because of that offensive. But you can see that our units are significantly better than the others. They're actually virtually on par with the Prussian units now. So clearly the Prussians are using skirmish infantry as well, whereas the Dutch are still using line infantry. Yeah, I think having that one offensive has kind of balked our defensive opportunities. They've now taken this southern sector. They're not giving us much time to recover and reorganize, unfortunately. But we are inflicting casualties. Battle's still going on over... Wait, why do I have troops fighting over there? Who freaking knows? And it looks like the Dutch front is staying pretty stable throughout all of this. Götaland front, we estimate a 100% advantage. Are we pushing this back? No, we can't be. They still horribly outnumber us. Well, for the moment, we're holding them. And our manpower and our morale is recovering. Oh, it's flipped again. The eyes of the electorate have turned to the candidates that seek to acquire a position at the head of government. The election approaches, voters debate who would provide the best leadership for Sweden. So Karl's Nordenskjöld for the Patriotic Party, the Radical Party, the People's Party, or the Lantmanna. Lantmanna is still easily our best coalition, so we're going to stick with them. What exactly this means, I don't really understand. Because no battles are being fought. Election! 84% for the Lantmanna, because these guys are just dividing their own voter bases. Battle. 43 defense. And this time I'm actually the one taking the front, so my defense is better than their offense. But it's still not enough. Even though they outnumber us by only 10,000. Oh no, they outnumbered us by 20. Probably because my divisions are really low on manpower. Yeah, they are. So despite the advantage being on our side, we still lose. But that's just because the Prussians have a lot of troops fighting on this front now. Looks like they're actually breaking into the Netherlands. Though the Dutch are holding their own pretty well. I don't know why they're so much more effective than I am, despite having worse troops. I really don't understand the war system in this game. At all. Treaty offer from France is them just trying to exploit the fact that my armies are weak at the moment. They all want investment, access, but nothing in return. Is there really no way to load back before the war and set up a defense before they come? That's maybe why the Dutch can hold. No, there really isn't. Believe me, I've looked. Because the front here tries to cover the whole of Denmark as well as southern Sweden, not just southern Sweden. So remember the first time I did that, half of my unit sailed over to Jutland and then got encircled and then somehow ended up in the Netherlands. Hey, we're winning a fight! Huzzah! At least we win one battle. Until it swings wildly the other way again. Because this bar is pointless. Nationalism. We gain new technologies, basically, and some more authority. Okay. They outnumbered us by 20,000. Open hearth process. That is an upgrade for steel mills, then chemical bleaching. That is an upgrade for glassworks and paper. So let's go find our steel mill. Open hearth process basically just means that we use even more steel, even more iron but not more coal, so I'm absolutely in favour of that. Paper mills, we go to paper bleaching, which uses dyes and sulfur. That would make those goods considerably more expensive, though. Doing sulfite pulping we can probably do, because we do have sulfur sources. Is the sulfur here not fully productive? Yes. So let's actually go ahead and enable the sulfite pulping. I'm tempted to do the paper bleaching. Nah, let's just do the pulping. And then the other one was glass. Which can now allow us to do ceramics instead of just glass work. How much do you produce ordinarily? 40. So we can turn some dyes into porcelain, which is worth an absolute fortune. So yeah, you know what? Go ahead and do that. And crystal glass uses lead, which we do produce. I'm okay with both of those. Okay, well, we won a battle. Huzzah. Wait, no, we lost a battle. Huh? Dutch East Indies was victorious. Failed attack. Johan van den Velden, that's clearly the Dutch army. Huh? What? Stint in Copenhagen severely depleted my staying capabilities for a defensive war. Yeah, I know. At this point, I'm just trying to let their war exhaustion drop. But honestly, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Although Prussia's capitulation desire is actually dropping quite a lot. They are taking a lot of casualties from this. Way more than I've seen them do previously. The Dutch must be absolutely kicking their asses over here. Well, they were. So the Dutch are out for a white peace. Again, the only war goal that they have here is taking Denmark. And not even taking Denmark, it's turning them into a puppet. So if we go to the diplomatic view, we can now see that this is a Prussian protectorate. But the war is over, and I didn't actually lose anything. So we can now regenerate our money. We do need to get more bureaucracy built. Best way to do that is in here. And government administration. Then let's say do 2 of them. Gotland can do 1. Götaland can do 1. And let's make those the priority. And then the next thing I want to do, partially to stop Norway from splitting away, and partially because I clearly just need more troops, is we're going to clearly get some more troops. So let's make you a 6. So we do 1, 2. I want to have 4 cavalry, so we're going to do 2 more of these. 1, 2. And then a bunch more infantry. This is 4, 6, that's 10, 21, 22. Unfortunately, it doesn't add the units in production to this list. So we want to get another 8 infantry minimum. There's the extra 8 infantry divisions. And that's just the Norrland Defense Force. The Kungliga Svenska Armén is replacing their 1 infantry division that they lost, but that's fine. Artillery actually sucks in defense. Defense is entirely infantry. Really? Yes, really. That is the opposite to Victoria too. Huh. Okay. And how far are we from establishing that other company? Which one were we going for? It was LCAB, wasn't it? Yes, it was, because I want to get the all-ground iron. So I need to have level 5 or higher railway. Level 5 or higher iron mines and a railway. Where are my iron mines primarily? We have high there. I'm going to guess that you just don't have a railway here. No, you do have a railway. Oh, it has to be Norland. So we want to get 3 more levels of iron mine and a railway. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So we have a lot of construction coming up. And it was pointed out to me yesterday that we could probably afford another 2 construction things, although I don't know whether my economy necessarily will support that, but we can do 1 more at least. Let's do this in Svealand. And I think we're also going to prioritize you. To below the government administrations. We'll finish off the universities because I do still want that technology. And we're making a lot of money at the moment, but I don't think that's going to last. The other thing we can do for Norway, actually, is improve relations with you. Oh, no, we can't. Is there anyone I particularly care about improving relations with? Denmark, I guess. Really haven't done much with diplomacy at all. I don't really know what else I can do. What was that war about? Denmark. But now you know how Denmark felt in 1864 when Austria and Prussia invaded them. Denmark was actually managed to win over Prussia. It was Austria who broke through, and Denmark did not have the Dutch helping either. Or Sweden, for that matter. Don't forget, we were there. We didn't do much, but we were there. Okay, so now we're back to basically waiting for that stuff to finish production. How are we doing with trade of resources? So we have a lot of timber at the moment that we could try to sell more of. Tools are still massively overbalanced. I think what I might do is add some subventions for the export of wood. See if I can add some more demand for that. And I probably should do that for iron as well. As those tend to be my primary exports. We also have a lot of clippers available. But all of these exports we're trying to do are just going to require even higher level of maritime trade things. Whatever those are called. And the best way we saw of doing that was in here. Trade centers. And we want this to be just our domestic ones. So yeah, these three, the usual suspects, just have no extra capacity, so let's add another 2 of each of those. To add to the 3 pages now of stuff we're trying to build. Let's do the iron mines last. And get those trade centers up and running first of all, because they can help us close the gap a little bit. Because as the barracks get built, things are going to get more and more expensive. As we have to maintain more and more trade types. Ironclads have been unlocked. That is a big change. Unlocks steel hulls, unlocks ironclads. And yes, I want both of those because we do produce our own motors. So military shipyards, I now want you doing steel hull. Engines become increasingly expensive, so maybe we need another engine factory. Steel also becomes more expensive, but as we saw yesterday, thanks to Norway, we actually produce a lot of steel. And then our navy, I'm going to select you, I'm going to change, oh, you're already up, changed to ironclads. So let's do that. Precision tools will complete if we maintain Milner Metals Munitions being prosperous and Swedish production of ranking tools in the top 3. For 36 months. We've done it for a year so far. And then at that point we can get precision tools and actually compete with Belgium for tool production. How is that company doing, actually? Prosperity is dropping, but from 99 to 93, so I think we're okay. The British. Treaty of Peace, Amity and Commerce. Guarantees my independence. Allows you to build in Sweden. I'm okay with that. Yes. I will allow it. Because you are actually giving me something in return. Oh, Luxembourg is a Dutch puppet. I did see that there was fighting going on down there against Prussia as well earlier. And it looks like the conflict with Germany, Austria is actually winning this. So we had a relatively weak Prussia that we were fighting against compared to what they can be. Credit where credit's due. The recent investment in Scania production and tooling workshops raised questions as to who should get the credit for the boost of production. So the industrialists can, the workers can, or the bourgeoisie do. But that loses approval with the industrialists and trade unions. So I'm happy for the industrialists to get some. Did they ever improve the military system for Vicky 3? No, but they have now improved the economy. I have to say the economy in Victoria is now actually a lot of fun. It was something they badly needed. It was the second main complaint I had about the game. And I can now say, yeah, the economy and trade in this is interesting. The combination of the way that companies work, the way that you can set tariffs and subsidies on trade, the fact that there is now actually a world market, I don't know why there wasn't previously. To automate the buying and selling of resources rather than having to set up manual shipping routes. It's so much better. It is so much better. And just to give you a couple of examples of things I'm doing, because I have such a huge surplus of tools, wood and iron, I have a world trade subsidy so that I'm undercutting my competition for those goods. So I'm not making as much profit, but I'm able to actually sell a lot of them. And then I'm also subsidizing the import, because you can subsidize import and export separately, of coal, because I don't produce a lot of coal. But now, because I'm subsidizing my industries importing coal, they can get it cheap enough. So my, for example, steel industry is competitive. And the economy just seems to make a lot more sense now. Warfare still sucks, however. We are on the verge of getting quinine, which means we're on the verge of going colonial. I've got an achievement. Franchising. Establish a regional headquarters and have it be at least 20 levels. There you go. So my company is leveling up. A doctrine of iron and steam. The introduction of vessels with metal-skinned hulls represents nothing less than a revolution in naval warfare. Near impervious traditional types of shot, Admiral Carl Nordenskjöld assures us that Swedish dominion of the seas will be absolute. So we get extra defense, extra offense, or prestige. I will actually take the prestige. Quinine. Max Colonial Affairs Institution Investment. So we need to go to Politics, Institution, and we probably do want to see this upgrade. Oh, I could also get the Home Affairs and Health System upgrades now. Interesting. But this is the one that we want. And we can now also go to our diplomatic lens, declare interest. I am now no longer interested in Russia, France, or England. I am, however, interested in Senegal, Niger, Congo, Southern Africa, Zanj. North Africa, I don't think there's any space to actually colonize. There's only that bit over here. So it's these areas that I'm most interested in. Sarawi, potentially also. So we'll do North Africa too. Alright, Sweden is going colonial. So we should do some more technologies. And considering how we fared in that last war, we need better weapons. Let's go for repeaters. Which will lead to bolt-action rifles. Unless there's something important in production that I really need. I mean, dynamite would be good, but we already produce so much metal that I don't think we really need it. We are already wasting our company slots. We don't need to go down that. We could do steel frame buildings for extra construction speed. Victoria Terminus. Is that Victoria Station? I've been there a number of times. Huh. Interesting. No, I think we want to upgrade our military. Breech loading artillery would unlock shrapnel artillery, which is actually an artillery upgrade. Let's do that, seeing as we're already actually getting investment in that. It's spreading to us, so we'll get that pretty quickly. Would have preferred if they just improved Victoria 2's military system, to be honest. Same. I actually quite liked Victoria 2's military system. It had a couple of issues. Generals, it didn't need to have a general for every single division. I think a general per army would have been fine. A system actually more like what Vicky 3 has. and then you move those armies around manually as opposed to on front lines. Or you can do like Hearts of Iron, where you establish a front line manually and then you assign armies to it. Maybe they thought that was just going to be too much like Hearts of Iron. But then it's Hearts of Iron with a much more in-depth economy, which I think is fine. Because running around with single divisions, especially when you rose a conscription law, and then trying to organise those armies into a coherent front line was always a pain. So I kind of see what they were trying to do with the front system, it just doesn't work. I imagine Vicky 3's army stuff will get changed around again. I mean, I've been talking to the Victoria team. They are absolutely aware that army is their biggest... Sorry, military is their biggest weakness. It's just a matter of when they get around to it. And I can't say what their timeline is. I don't know. They did tell me, but I forget what it was, and it's not public knowledge. Keep an eye on you. Can't actually click to munitions from him. Have to. We're at 100 prosperity though. 18.6k company profit. What assets do you... Whoa! Okay. Yeah, they've been busy. They have been very, very busy. Interesting. Right, and these are the countries that can actually invest in us. Britain, America, and the Netherlands. Universities are getting built quite a bit quicker. We're still losing a lot of money. We haven't even built the military stuff yet. 7k in subventions. It's a price I'm willing to pay at the moment. Right, now that I've declared my interests, I need to actually start looking over here to places that I might potentially want to try to expand. So Igbo is currently available. Dyes, cotton, coffee, banana, livestock, millet, sugar and tobacco. Bang, Loango, Herero and Nama. Tea! No minerals though. Logging there, but I'm not that interested in logging. Oh, Loango is civilized, so is Congo. Oh, because I was assumed to... No, it's not civilized. You can get a decent number of dyes here. Which we do use. Coal, 12 mines. A little bit of fishing. Herero, livestock, 40 coal mines. Nama, 32 coal mines. I think we may have just found where we're interested in. Gold. Yeah, coal being the main thing that I'm short on. I think we go for Herero land. Have I kicked the clergy out of the universities yet? Yes, now I have. So, how do we do the whole colonial thing nowadays? This is not something I remember. Oh, there is severe malaria. Is there somewhere with less severe? How can I see that? So this whole area is less severe. It's Portuguese. That's actually an incorporated state. Non-colonizable. Could also go over here. Vineyards, so we can get wine from you. Tea. It's British. Oh no, those are colonized. And then it was Saravi. Lots of sulfur up here. So I think it's going to be just you. Which is lots of plantation stuff. Plantation stuff we could also do because we don't have access to any of this. Dyes, tobacco, sugar, cotton, coffee, bananas. And then the other one was Igbo's Benin? Benin's estate. Igbo is nice because the level of... the max level is really high here. What's the population? 295. What's the population of you? 38. I think that maybe we try to go for Igbo. Love the clicking sound to the UI. Funny thing to say, but it's satisfying to hear. I agree with you. I do think that the UI is a bit too big and mobile phony. But the sound effects to it are really good. Had colony right next to declare interest. Oh, Britain's already doing it. Denmark. But all of this is still available. Lower population. Much lower. The Dutch are trying to take this, but are going to take a very, very long time to do it. But I think that the competition there is just too high. Douala and Fang, not necessarily. They have at least got the population numbers, particularly these two states. And then Herero and Nama, which have got the raw materials that I'd really like, but their populations are really low. I think I'm going to try and get Douala. $100k. Yes. And also either Herero or Nama. Probably Herero. Very, very few people living here. Far more people living up here. Zambezi River gives infrastructure. I think we go for Herero. Because Ovimbundu would be easier to get because it's limited malaria, not major. So we're going to go for Herero as well. We're only going to go for 2 colonies because every colony you have slows you down overall. Oh good lord. We are really slow at this. 900 days. Seems to be about normal for this stuff. Alright, well, here we go. What's the difference between Victoria and Europa? So Victoria is, Europa Universalis is from 1444 until 1821. So it's like the Renaissance and Age of Enlightenment. Whereas Victoria is 1836 until 1936. So it is the modern era. But yes, as Isdar says, Europa Universalis 5 is on the horizon. So you may want to consider that. Luxembourg. Britain's fighting against Luxembourg. So the British and the Dutch are at war, I guess. Yes, they are. And somehow I didn't get called into that. So maybe it is... Nope, it is literally Britain against Luxembourg. Huh. Interesting. Well, seeing as we're going on the colonial stage, I'm pretty happy that we have a large number of military-centric units on the horizon. How am I doing today, and did I win the war against Prussia? We absolutely did not win the war against Prussia, but we also didn't die. So there is that. Why is there still a demand for men of war? You just need ironclads now. Oh no, you need men of war for the frigates. That changes to monitors soon-ish. Years. We are going to need to care more about naval soon because colonial. I love the timelines of all the Paradox games meeting. Some of those multiplayer worlds going game to game look fun. I've done that a few times, not multiplayer but single player, going from Crusader Kings to Europa Universalis to Victoria. I don't think I ever converted Victoria to Hearts of Iron. The gap there is a bit too big. But definitely CK to EU to Victoria you can absolutely do. Oh no, I did do Hearts of Iron, actually, thinking about it. That's when I discovered Kaiserreich. Because I wanted... Basically, the First World War happened in Victoria too. Germany won it. So then I wanted a setting where Germany had won the First World War, which is Kaiserreich. And that's when I started playing Kaiserreich for Hoy. Not about that. Imaginary Exponent coming in with a 78-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Imaginary Exponent. 6.5 years. Good time throughout. Thank you for that. And Macho coming in with a 56-month resubscription. Thank you very much for that, Macho. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we're now producing the barracks. We should get through these pretty quickly. They don't take a huge amount of time to do. Then once that's done, we should probably take another look at our economy, as this is likely to cost us quite a lot of money. So what subventions are being so expensive? Iron. Okay, so we're probably going to reduce this iron subvention. I don't want to spend that much on it. Let's just say tariff free. There we go, that's a lot more reasonable. Now, unfortunately, our gold reserves are about to run out. The Great Garment Factory fire. A deadly fire has killed many workers in Svealand due in part to dangerous working conditions and locked emergency exits. It's been revealed that Simon von Hofsten, a prominent member of the landowners, was the owner of the now scorched factory. Well, you should definitely be held responsible. Approval of the landowners will go down, but their approval should be really high. Yeah, it is. As long as we're still getting that investment pool contribution, it's fine. They are getting weaker and weaker. Loved Kaiserreich, just need to stop Russia being so good so fast. Yeah, I don't know how Kaiserreich is recently. I haven't played it since the Germany update. Wasn't a huge fan of the Germany update. I thought it went too deep, too in-depth in things. Unnecessarily so. So is there another quinine level that will increase the speed of colonization? Any chance? Yes. Ah, my ear just unblocked. Ooh, big change. So, civilizing mission gives us another declared interest. Infamy generation against unrecognized powers. We still have no infamy. Malaria prevention, this is the one. That really reduces the severe malaria. Quinine just removes the effect of malaria, not severe malaria, which is why Herero is so slow. Okay. Well, I still want the territory. Which means the Dutch were trying to colonize this area even without quinine. That's an institution. We are still in the process of changing the law, which increases our colonial speed. Then civilizing the world gives us another level, which I think I do like the idea of. I should move these around. You know what? Less important. The malaria prevention's 21 years to research. That's a bit too long. Let's do that. Man of war shortages, yes, I know. Don't really care. And the investment pool could be a lot bigger. Landowners have left the Swedish Prussian Society. Okay. Hey, we finally hit 40 out of 40. It's no longer a point number. Although apparently it still is. Scania 4.8. But it's now rounding up. Could try conquering the Arabian Peninsula. I really don't want to do warfare. Arabian Peninsula is colonized. You can tell the difference. Like, if a country has not been filled in, like Wadai filled in, that's a civilized nation. Dar Kuti is not, because the borders are the color, not the center. So generally, it has to be coastal, and then adjacent. But, for example, this, I couldn't colonize. This, I can. Meanwhile, the British and the Dutch are still fighting. Hey, Sand. Am I going to annex Norway? I've made them a puppet again. I have no real plan to go anything beyond that. As long as I can stop them increasing their autonomy, which is still freaking growing. Their independence is being supported. Russia! Well, that's interesting. Breach loading artillery. Excellent. That's going to be another change we definitely want to make. So we go to the Norland defense. And we now want to be doing shrapnel artillery, which is a massive upgrade. Wow. 30 offense to 45, 15 defense to 25. And a 30% kill rate. Requires ammunition, but I do produce that. Okay, so we are now producing a whole lot of shrapnel artillery. And we also want to change our manufacturing system in the artillery factory. To breech loader, which goes from using iron to steel and tools, but that's just more demand for the tools, which we produce tons of anyway. Prices aren't affected that much. Steel gets a little bit more expensive. Worth it though. Produce a lot of artillery now. What's this? And now, because of that, Russia, I need to work out how to support Finland's independence. You did it to me, I do it right back to you. Except I have no idea how to do this. I really don't like that you have some diplomatic actions as a treaty and some diplomatic actions which is in the diplomacy lens. Like, put them in the same place. I also don't particularly like these being buttons. prefer a list. I am not seeing any way of supporting their independence, so I guess I can't. Tanganyika has been colonized. Oh, the military is actually very nearly completely upgraded. And yet Norway was still able to try to get independence? What is the size of their army? 18 battalions. Hey, precision tools. Fantastic. Because my military is 60, so we have 3 times more troops than they do. And they're still getting independence supported. How are you doing this, Russia? Seriously, this feels really unfair. Oh, I'm doing it already. Okay. Less unfair then. What's there? Oh yeah, minus 0. Why is that a minus? Oh, they are supporting the regime. Support independence plus 0.15 from me and France. I guess because they're a great power, they get +1. I get plus 0.5. You're also doing the support regime. What's that? Oh, that drops my legitimacy. Yeah, I don't really care. If they try to break free, I conquer them and annex them. Mjolnir Metal starts producing prestige goods. Good. So we should see here. We are the 4th largest prestige goods producer. Who's the largest? There's only 2 of us exporting them. And somehow Belgium's trade advantage is still significantly higher. Their export price is better, so your goods are even cheaper? How? I have no idea what any of this means. Minus 22% in Swedish market. Because of what? Trade advantage is a value that determines the import and export price of a particular trade center and therefore also directly affects the amount of goods traded. Influenced by factors such as the trade center level, market areas, share of global production of the good, interest in relevant strategic regions, and trade privileges. Trade advantage is calculated per good, per direction, so the trade advantage differs for importing coal and exporting fabrics. Yes. Ah, here we can see the relative prices. So yeah, Belgium's cost is 35, whereas mine is 41, 43, 39. So their tools are just a lot cheaper. In fact, comparatively, my tools are quite expensive. Oh. Why is that? Probably because the inputs are quite expensive. Oh, we're not using steel tools. We should be now. That might help. Minus 22 still. Okay, it's dropping. Or rather, rising. Whatever. Centaurian, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. That's 22 again. At a higher subvention. Although this might also be a factor of not enough trade levels. Out of interest, what level trade center do you have? Level 22. I have like 7. Okay, I think I found my problem. I just don't have the capacity. So let's not... Can't change this until March. Change that overly because also that is significantly negatively affecting my income, although that's probably also the fact my army is more expensive. What am I producing? Trade centers. I need a lot more of those. Also, once I get these iron mines and railway done, I can establish LCAB, which will reduce the cost of iron and also reduce the cost of steel. Both of which will factor into the cost of tools. So I think that will actually make quite a big difference. Haven't really followed your videos before, but I recently decided to sit down and commit to your Paradox tutorials in E4 after owning the game for years and only playing on and off. Just want to say I've been playing almost non-stop for the past week. Oh, that's awesome to hear, Sandarian. Thank you. I'm very glad it's been of use. Are we in a situation that coal is the primary concern? We produce a little bit of coal. It's more future-proofing. We can get coal down here in Scania, but only up to level 8. So we're already halfway towards our maximum. My guess is, yeah, they are selling everything they can. I can reduce the cost of coal by getting dynamite, and actually that is probably another thing I should be focusing on getting. If I'm going to be working more on coal, and because I'm so reliant on metal. I didn't go for the nitroglycerin upgrades, because I didn't want to be blowing my people up. But dynamite is much safer, you don't have the mortality rate associated. Because we are Sweden, and our population is low. But man, we are really starting to hemorrhage money. Why? Subventions. Yeah. Let's reduce you. Oops. Back to this. Coal, tools, and small arms. All of those, I think, are perfectly reasonable things to have. New party formed. The old Latmana party. The armed forces are joining it. Oh! The Landmanner is split! Ha! So it's going to be the petite bourgeoisie and the armed forces together. The landowners we can, at this point, pretty much kick out. I think in the next election we're going to do a major reform. Because our legitimacy is dropping. It'd be nice to bring the industrialists into power. When is the next election due? Does it say that anywhere? Not that I can see. Ah, here we go. 19th of October. No, that's the previous one. Next one. 64. So this year. You can see how the makeup of the electorate's changing quite significantly with the collapse of the Landmanner party. They've been in power for so long. Why would you collapse yourselves like this? We are now having to pay interest. Our costs are kind of spiraling. Is that 20k goods for military buildings cost? Well, hopefully this helps things. See you, Elizabeth. Speaking skills are insane. I've never heard anyone use so few filler words. Organising thoughts, especially when explaining such complex topics, is remarkable. Circling back to the main point, making every word count, seriously impressive. And just to hop on and say thank you, even if it's 4:30 there in California. Oh man. We're in California. I used to live in San Jose for a year. Have we colonized? I've kind of forgotten which bit we were trying to get. There it is, Swedish Cameroon. We have. We have a colony. I want more. Now the Spanish of the island. But no, we have this bit. So we're getting the first, really, the first industry you set up is coffee. Damn it, Sweden! It's very in character, but damn it. See you, Sandarian. Take over your subjects. I absolutely cannot. They want more independence, not less. dye plantation would be quite useful. And sugar plantations, probably. Fruit would be too. Yeah, you know what? Going for this colonization area, the plantation area, is actually kind of useful. So something I could establish elsewhere. Not really. Yeah, I'm just glad I got Cameroon going. I'm happy with that. Is there a lot of private construction going on? Yes, there is. Ports, tooling workshops, steel mills. Nice. So one of the iron mines is done. Election. Labour movement. We can get more agitators. Expected standard living from literacy. Workplace safety office institution. It is time to do the reform of the government. Well, these guys are definitely out. Wow. Look at that legitimacy just rocket. There's clout, and then there's also votes, and it doesn't show that very easily. How do I know which governments are the most legitimate? Because I would have expected the industrialist with such high clout, but apparently not. There's the votes. 55, 160, 11, 45, 8. So why is the armed forces considered so powerful? Huh? Ah, armed forces are actually joining Landmanner. Okay, so these are actually the same party. I understand that. I want to keep the petit bourgeois in. So it's basically the landowners have lost power now, and the armed forces have gained it. We have the Landmann and the old Landmanner in power. See, landowners, you shouldn't have split off. You lost power because of that. Should have tried to colonize Asia, even though it doesn't want to be colonized. They at least have proper drink options. Not even sure if I could have reached that. No. I miss. Wait, probably because I don't have interests over there. Good population. Oh, excuse me. That were acceptable populations. Yeah, potentially could have, but they are just really too far away from where I am. I think I'd rather be going for Africa. Meanwhile, we are ninth. We have been climbing in prestige. Just behind Belgium. We have a lower population than Belgium does. Huh. Didn't realise Belgium had such a higher population than the Netherlands, at least in this era. I have the lowest GDP. Although not by a huge amount. And for the size of my nation, I think that's actually a really high GDP. There is a way of seeing per capita. I'm 56th overall. Nova Scotia is first. Lower Canada, Landfang, Van Diemenland Land, Ceylon, Brunswick, Norway, Tahiti, Cape Colony, Colombia. How is Norway so... Oh, because I'm making them rich. Obviously, they're in my market, therefore it's because of Sweden. Definitely. It's all the steel they're selling to us. Okay, I don't like the fact that we are almost 1 million in debt now. We might need to stop building things for a little while. Although that would only save me 10k. Yes, the military stuff is just so expensive. Way around that. It would be to try to make more, or at least reduce the cost of making them. But we already have big surpluses of this stuff. We are one of the world's top producers of weaponry. Wow, we have a huge steel shortage. That's why our stuff is so expensive. Here, urban steel mill. And we currently have one in Scania. And Scania is where our coal is, so I do think that's the best spot for it. Though it's saying that productivity in Svealand is much better, so it's Svealand. Private sector's building one. So are we. Ah, we have a second state. Half. Wait, is it ours? Hey, we have a colony here too. Excellent. We can't actually build anything here yet though. We need to take more of Herrero. Fine, we can do that. Just bought Hearts of Iron 4 in the Steam Summer Sale. Any recommendations? Italy. Play as Italy. You'll learn the game best playing as Italy. Gratuax, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the panel. Oh, this is where you can see the private sector building. Good to know. Well, we're building the last of the iron mines that we were adding, which does mean that we're going to have an enormous iron shortage, surplus. Yes, we do. But our iron mines should be really productive. So unfortunately it's the Norland one which is losing money at the moment. That's not ideal. We've hit 1 million in debt. Should we add a temporary tax? And if we did, to what? Coffee, clearly. Blech. Horrible stuff. Wait, no. That's actually a bad idea. No, it's not. The only reason I'm hesitating there is because it's the only industry that Cameroon currently has. But if it encourages people to become tea drinkers instead, because we're taxing them out of being able to do coffee, I think that's a net win for the world. Need to save up for the DLCs or the absolute essentials. I mean, good to Dumaron. Absolutely essential, because then you'll have access to playing as Belgium, which is the mightiest nation of all of the nations in Hearts of Iron. I'm definitely not biased in saying that. Otherwise, I'm not sure, because we've rolled into the base game a lot of the early DLCs. I don't know, chat. What would you recommend are the must-haves? Yeah, Arms Against Tyranny is a big one. MIOs and global market. Grand strategist Pyro not to be sniffed at. Exactly. And Tintin. There is actually a reference to Tintin. I think Poirot was written after that era, so I didn't do anything about Poirot, but Tintin was being actively written during the Second World War. Why do I hate coffee? Because it's disgusting! It's a horrible drink! There's only one drink, and that drink is tea! Except now the tea is gone. Man the Guns. Man the Guns has been rolled into base game. I'm fairly sure. Yes, I'm pretty sure that Man the Guns was rolled in. Was it? Together for Victory. Battle for the Bosphorus. Waking the Tiger. I'm fairly sure a base game now. Battle of the Bosphorus I'm not actually sure about. I thought Man the Guns. We're about to get another state up here. Actually a very big state, and at that point I think Cameroon is fully done. The Anti-Ottoman League comprised of the industrialists, the intelligentsia, and the trade unions. Because the Ottomans overtook us in the top 10. Oh, they did. Belgium's a great power. Hell yes, Belgium. Oh, I've overtaken the Ottomans again. It's very close between us. How's the construction coming? We're doing the railroad, and then at that point, that's it. We should at that point be able to establish the LCAP company. Wondering why ammunition's so expensive. It's not. Are you just saying that I need another ammunitions plant? I think you basically are saying I need another one. That can be arranged. I'm going to say that dye plantations are less important than the others. Because I don't like how much into debt I am going for all of this. Me or them? Karl Nordenskjöld, leader of the ruling armed forces, had enough of compromising with his coalition partners. He has demanded that either his collaborators follow his orders, the armed forces will never approve of their changes. No. You're the smallest segment that just joined that party. How about no? The ambitious leader of the armed forces approached the government with a plan to enact censorship. A successful enactment is certain to contribute to his reputation as an effective politician. I have no interest in censorship. You're acting against the will of the government here. We're 8th. We've left the Ottomans in the dust. Somehow, their prestige is higher than mine. I actually feel like my prestige has gone down. How has Belgium just jumped from 280 something to 300? At least my GDP is rising sharply. Oh man, look at that. So these are little individual states, not actually one whole chunk. I don't think so. Sokoto is improving relations. Nice. We now have 1 million loyalists, which is a quarter of our population. The deficit's going down though. It's gone down by 5k so far. Aha! And we should be able to establish LCAP. Establish the LCAP company in Norrland. They take the iron mines, they take some financial districts, they have predicted productivity. Good stuff. And then with that, we should get the iron mine throughput, and then if their productivity rises high enough, we then start getting ore ground iron, which comes with a 20% throughput for steel. primarily. And some of the other stuff, but primarily steel. And our steel prices should be dropping too. Well, have we actually built that steel mill? We're building the steel mill now. But the private sector has built one. Did we win against Prussia? No. But they didn't take anything except for Denmark. I was going to say they didn't take anything of importance. And actually, as a Swede, they didn't take anything of importance. I'm sorry, Denmark. Denmark has become a Prussian puppet instead of a Swedish puppet. No, you're not. Enlistment officers unlocked. 20% conscriptable battalions. Now, conscription officers, is that something I need to build? I think it is. Right, with sugar production, I'm going to be able to get chocolate rations. We're definitely going to be able to get machine guns. It's a building, isn't it? It's not a building I can get here. Conscription center. How do I get them, though? Does not seem to be something I can actually build. Or is it something that just gets built over time now that I have conscription? I have no idea. Anti-Ottoman League has disbanded. Your investment pool is freaking enormous. I do think that maybe we want to build some more construction centres. I wish I could build construction centres just for the private sector instead of for both. Like, if they're that wealthy, then they should be able to do their own construction and not have to rely on my construction sector. Also, are we working on steel frame? No, we're still doing civilizing mission. Oh, speaking of which, we do have some more institutions we could initiate. Oh no, we're still doing colonial affairs. Never mind. And we could probably also do with getting some more government administration, apparently. Scotland is running out of population. When you mobilise, you should have the option to raise conscripts alongside your standing army. Ammunition, small arms, the most expensive. I think that is primarily because ammunition is just so expensive. Yes, it is. We are building another munitions plant, so once this steel mill is done, that should start evening things out. It's also going to create more demand for iron, which we do kind of need. And then after this, I think the next big thing we're going to need is just a whole lot more trade centers. Though some of them are just not making any money somehow. Trade capacity is well on. Why is my economy stalled out? Rubber mastication is done, so we can now get rubber plantations. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's do that as one in each. Steel mill is done. We do have a small surplus of steel. Let's not add a tariff to steel exports. If we can sell it, we should sell it. Yeah, local prices seem to matter a lot more now than they used to. You are exporting a lot of steel, and again, our trade advantage is really low. I don't know how the Belgians are managing such high trade advantage. Still go harder in CS, you have like 40 mil in the pool, let's private constructors do the buildings. I would love to. The problem is this. I would love to invest more in the construction sector for the private sector to use. The problem is I then have to use half of it. I don't want to use half of it. That's going to bankrupt me. Because I really want to build up their stuff. Because yeah, I agree it's a huge amount of money. I can't afford to use it though. If there was a way of like designating it for private only or something like that, or change the ratio of how much is being used, I would do that. Now, City of Plenty, the most prominent members of Svale Untie Society have been seen organising luxurious parties. I'm happy for them to become loyalists. Higher standard of living for the upper strata. What's their standard of living now? They are currently affluent, 39, minimum expected 20, so the minimum's going to become 23. The party will never end. Let's get even more loyalty. Yeah, I can pause all of my construction. I don't want to pause all of my construction, I just don't want to use my full capacity. I am perfectly happy with my 40 construction points. I don't want to be doing 80, then pause for the... Do 80 for 6 months, pause for 6 months, 80 for 6 months, pause for 6 months. But you're probably right. I should probably just fuck it up and build more. Postal savings. Maximum cash reserve. Farmer investment pool, shopkeeper investment pool. Oh goody, even more investment. straight up double what we have now. May as well do this up front. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. Well, do we? Yeah, we do. Part of the munitions plant. Munitions plant is kind of critical. That should make the army significantly cheaper. But the more in debt I go, the more interest I'm paying. Like I'm 4k in just interest now. I could temporarily reduce the military budget. Don't want to drop the wages, just want to drop the budget. The consumption tax, mostly for high-end goods. What am I still paying subsidies in? Don't do that. If at this point you can't be profitable, then you're screwed. Civilizing mission. Excellent. I feel like this is taking a lot longer than just 4 weeks. It's been 4 weeks for about 6 months. Oh, is that because the bureaucracy's gone? That might be because of the bureaucracy. Well, building the munitions reduced my military building expenditure by 2k. So doing the monitor and then dynamite. Then at that point we can make our mines a lot more efficient. Not that they really need it. We are still paying a subsidy on something. I have no idea on what though. Nope, no idea. Roxy's gone even higher. Fantastic. Look at my expenditure now, 18k. Because of the construction goods usage. 22k. I knew this was a bad idea. Trampled underfoot, a demonstration organised by the Equatorial Bantu National Movement in Svealand has been violently dispersed by police. So Svealand becomes radical. Or they become significantly more radical. Since here are the officers. So now I'm just going to build trade centres to see if I can bring this deficit under control through exports. Establish colonial administration. So Cameroon has grown enough to do that. That's good. You stopped expanding. Good. Don't. Level 2, finally. Journal of Philosophical Studies. Members of the Philosophy Department from the University of Svealand have signed a formal petition for government funding for the next project, Scientific Journal. Yes, I will do that. 2,000, because of course I can afford that. How are you at -1 capacity? Well, you wouldn't be able to grow even if you wanted to. Once these trade centres are done, I'm just going to have to stop building until I can get my money under control. Which will save me 20k a month, which is pretty good. I want to get back to like 500,000 in the bank. I like having a buffer. Came in very useful during the war against Prussia. Because I could up my military expenditure with basically no sweat. Whereas if I had to do that now, I'd be concerned. We have spare capacity, finally! You can disable some supplies allocated to the military. That's true. But I think I'm going to have to. Let's not do the extra supplies. Secessionist movement. Equatorial Bantu national movement are attempting to secede. Okay. A group of students attending the University of Norrland have arranged a demonstration in support of the Equatorial Bantu national movement. Student protests, universal pop political strength, university throughput goes down. For this one I am going to say focus on your studies. Damn kids! So if I don't have any government construction going on, does it all go to the private sector? It does! Okay, I really wish that I could move that. Okay, that suddenly makes it a lot more viable to actually build construction sector to just rent back to them. So from now on, we're a laissez-faire economy. This is going to be purely down to private enterprise. I will just support you with government spending. France colonised Timbuktu. Popularity contest. Jules Kronstedt of the Radicals, Oddlandmanna People's Party, or Matthias Sundberg. You're the one I want to support. Dahomey sides of Benin. I'm really surprised by how little... we can do expeditions. Consider that. What was I saying? Nope, it's gone. I'm surprised by how little something. Do I have a loan? Yes, a bloody massive one. Only 3.6 million. Are your secessionists growing? Not really. Requires 200 authority weekly to suppress them. I think I'm going to let them rise up, and then I will just kill them with my army. Modernising the arsenal. The change in large-scale production from smoothbore muskets to rifles in the arms industries and Scania has ushered a new era of small arm production. Throughput, migration attraction for 10 years. That sounds amazing. Helsingborg arsenal will be famed throughout the world. Yes, it will. Winds have changed. Svealand has come a long way since our attention was first brought to it, going from small houses and scattered farmlands to being on its way to becoming a booming metropolis. Heavily urbanized, loyalists from political movements. Urban centre throughput. What are the loyalists? Pointing to the rampant turmoil from radical activities in Swedish South Cameroon, the Lantmanna Party has campaigned on a platform of more policing. Yes. Speaking of which, this is now passed, so we could actually get more policing. Or more institution growth, more colonialism. Let's do that. And I think what I might do is dispatch Norland Defence to Congo. Spain. Fighting against Britain and the US. Benin back down. Okay, so Farmers League is basically wiped out at this point. The trade unions have joined the industrialists in the Radical Party. That's an interesting one. I would not have seen that coming. Yeah, the Radical Party, industrialists and trade unions. And the landowners are now marginalised. That's interesting. It's a shame with the new trade system. It kind of seems like convoys are being forgotten. A waste having 3k plus sitting doing nothing but waiting for an army to need transports. Yeah, I mean, some of the clippers are now converted into merchant marine. Why they didn't just have convoys do both, I don't know. We're a righteous government. Wow. We would be at 99 if we didn't have the unresponsive governance. 86% of the votes are in this. Yeah, I have no interest in reforming, I don't think. The bulwark that this has all been formed on, interestingly, is the Church of Sweden. They've just been really solid. To be fair, the Petit Bourgeois as well, though they left the party. What do the radicals want? More factories? Probably. So I'm still losing £1,000. Why? 9k in subventions. Wood and small arms. Right, we're going to have to reduce those. I want to keep on thingy-majiggying them. 54k investment pool transfer. So yeah, the private sector is absolutely booming at the moment. They're just using all of the production. I like that the game has now basically added laissez-faire economics. That was sorely missing before and was one of the most interesting things about Victoria 2. Like, most people liked going with an interventionist government, which allowed you to build and also have private sector doing building. I actually generally went laissez-faire because the amount of efficiency that they would have from their factories was insane, and you could just get these absolutely enormous economies and just let the investors build their own stuff, which is exactly what we're doing here. What we should probably be working on doing now is trying to get investment opportunities in other countries. What I'd like to be able to see is what countries would be likely to accept investment opportunities. There's no real way of seeing that. Why they've not added this as one of the lenses, I don't know. Denmark said yes, so we can now invest in Denmark. Includes Greenland and Iceland. US. You're a laissez-faire economy, right? I need to have an interest in their region. Okay, so we're starting to get some more investment rights with people, and I'm quite happy to use a bunch of this influence to manage that. Don't need to do yours, do I? Netherlands I probably have. Luxembourg I don't think I do. I do have another area of interest, and I think Italy might be a good one. Why can't I work with Sardinia Piedmont? You're in Italy. Huh. I have an interest in Italy. I don't understand why I can't do that. Oh, now it's activated. It took a minute. Here we go. You would accept me investing in you. Okay. The Italians clearly just want Swedish money. Okay, you would say no. Let's try this mutually. 15% chance. We can try. We're just giving opportunities for all of my companies to start exporting our money elsewhere. Yeah, we are now making money. I am kind of wondering if I want to be building even more factories. How can I see... So the change is 27k. Does that mean they have technically got 27k that they could spend on new constructions? In which case we could get quite substantially more construction facilities for them. Which is good because a fair amount of the industries supporting construction are owned by the state. That's me. So I'm actually the one benefiting the most from them building things. Conflicts that can arise from countries trying to nationalise buildings in their territory makes a good dynamic reason for clashes. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I think I might actually invest even more in construction. Although we are rapidly running out of people. Do 2 more, have 100 construction and call that good. The mob approaches. Belligerent crowds have been getting increasingly provocative and confronted by troops in Swedish South. Aha, repeaters. Nice. Cameroon. Stand up. I'm happy for them to try and secede, because I will just kill them. Arms manufacturers. You. Repeating rifles. Doubles the steel usage. Awesome. Price of steel goes up. Private sector builds more steel factories. And this is why liberalism is great. I'm really pleased with these changes. The economy in Victoria 3, I think, now is legitimately a lot of fun to play with. Now if they can fix military, and Vicky 3 is up there with the other Paradox games. Good. Good, good, good. We built that already? Damn, that's quick. And yeah, the investment pool is now down to plus 17k. Which I think is fine. They're paying roughly 5k per construction option. That investment pool on its own is huge. Yeah, the reinvestment is basically the interest that they're collecting on it. How much of this debt is owned by us, I wonder? All of it. There was a way of seeing who owned the debt. Logging camps, 1.4 million. So yes, all of the debt at the moment, base, I think that base, 8.1 million, is debt that my country offers. Anything over the 8 million, up to the 15, is going to be foreign debt. I think. Oops. What did we just research? I wasn't watching. What was that pop-up? I didn't close it, it just disappeared. No, we're still working on monitor. It was a different tech. I think it was a tech that spread, not one that I was working on. I don't know. We're about to expand again. Steam Donkey. That's a big one. That's a really big one. Because it turns out that we in Sweden... Ah, it was baking powder previously, I think. How are groceries priced? Average. Does this actually do? One engine. Oh, it reduces the amount of... No. It uses 6k less labourers. Okay, that's a huge amount of labour less. So the iron mines, because they are so massive. Interesting. Those two. I like that there was a warning. That was nice. So that should have now freed up a ton of workers. It's freed up a few. Unfortunately, when I do choose to build something, it's very, very expensive, but it does get done very, very quickly, so swings and roundabouts. Yeah, we could probably do with another government administration, you're not wrong. Let's do it in Gutland. Start getting investment rights in all of Russia's puppets, take over their economy. Oh, has Denmark been annexed? No, it's been... Liberty Desire has been dropped. Yours is still rising though, and I don't really know how to do anything about this. Because they're going to be able to ask for freedom soon. Because Norway's prestige is still annoyingly high for a puppet. I'm a great power! Huh. Yay! Go me! Great power! Great power! Great power! I wish this was more like Victoria 2, where I actually give you a big pop-up saying, "Huzzah! You've become a great power! Yes!" I think that's purely because my GDP is so good. Suck it, Ottomans. Exactly. Yes, I can. There's a chance they might agree. Ottoman said no. Stop making these 25 years. Agreement with you. Do I have any interests? Oh yeah, loads. Need to wait until those actually kick in. Vassals are tough to handle. When I played the British vassal, East EIC and Upper Canada, my liberty desire is super low, partially because Sovereign Empire bonuses. I mean, I've been having trouble keeping them loyal. It's been impossible to keep them as a union partner or a puppet. As a protectorate, they just about stay loyal. But that's about it. Carrying over here. Weird. Isaac Roskold, noting severe unrest in Swedish North Cameroon, has proposed using the army to suppress the agitation in the area. Use the tools we have. I mean, I have already deployed the army down there. I'm just waiting for them to actually try it, and then I'll just crush them. I will break you. Hey, we got the second state in Herero. We can get a coal mine. I'm not gonna. That's going to be down to public investment. Ooh, wow, these guys are being quite aggressive in building in my territory. Arms industry, artillery, arms industry. I think they want some arms industries. Privately owned military corporations. I can't see how this could possibly be a bad thing. Monitors. Aha. Navy. Upgrade all light ships to monitor. We're in the process of upgrading, and at that point, I don't need men of war anymore. However. You need ironclads. So everything is just ironclads from now. Yeah, there's no difference. Okay. I think I kind of preferred naval construction in Victoria too. Where it was actually a massive investment to go from sailing ships to steamships to coal-fired to oil-fired, because you physically have to replace them like an EU. Rather than, I'm just going to make something that now uses 2 ironclads instead of 1. Who are the Parmese? They are people from Parma in Italy. Which is also where Parmesan cheese is from. "91% succession, with a 0 chance of going up." I wonder if I can just provoke you. No, it costs a lot of authority, which I don't particularly want to spend. I'm genuinely surprised you want to keep building so many guns. We're the 3rd largest producer worldwide now. We overtook Belgium. I don't know why, but we did. Spain wants to build in both countries. Yes. I want to negotiate this purely to say I want this to be a 25-year thing. What if I don't give you the trade privileges? Shallow drop solution designed for coastal defense operations. What monsters lack in ocean-going capabilities, they make up for in cost effectiveness. Prince Oscar Bernadotte has informed the Admiralty in Stockholm that his fleet will keep any foes away from Swedish waters. Trade center throughput. Secure shores means more secure commerce. I agree with that. Road accident in Scania only narrowly avoided heavy fatalities due to the quick thinking of the train's engineer, who perished in the crash. Only a few people died, but the wreckage will still take some time to clear. Trade unions gain political strength and support. There's no downside. $11k in subventions. Are those our small arms by any chance? They are. Yeah, I'm kind of understanding why you're focusing on that so much now. If I do this, is your trade going to collapse? Let's try it. Nope, your sales are actually going up. You're welcome. Your profit margins might not be, but your sales are. Opposed to the arbitrary and illiberal rule of the Tsar of Russia, the trade unions have fallen in with the Anti-Russia League. Down with the tyrants. Nationalist opera. The performance of an opera with nationalist revolutionary themes of the upcoming festival is being openly associated with the Bantu secession. Kids with a revolution. I do not want to lose that much authority. I'll become more radical. I don't care. Meanwhile, your investment pool reinvestment has risen again. which would suggest that we could probably build some more things. Domestic only. How is West Java, Eastern Norway, Cuba, Holland, Northern Norway, Barbia, Santiago, Luzon, Helra, Tuscany, etc. domestic? Thank you. You have loads of trade slots, so I do not need to expand those at all. Right, because we got the throughput upgrade. Build 2 more. Our debt's down to 3.6 million. It's a lot more manageable at those levels. And in fact, the fact that we're building both of these at maximum capacity and only going 15k in debt says a lot. If I get rid of that 3k in interest, our economy would be looking quite nice. Have I stationed the Navy near the Cameroon colony? No. Do I need to? Oh, we have in fact taken the whole of Cameroon at this point. Oh, the French started taking Fang. Damn. Well, we have taken Cameroon. It is now fully colonized. So all of our efforts are going into Herero. You've started on Nama, which is a bit annoying. I think I'm just going to focus on Herero. We're going to have just the one colony, which means all of my efforts are going into this. So we should be able to colonize this pretty quickly. Okay, profit. Renting out my construction sector to the private sector seems to be a really good way of making money. Way better than, you know, having an economy. Which does seem a bit weird. I have a national revenue of 82k. 69 of which is the very nice income from just the investment pool. Saves on constantly having to try and balance input-output of various industries. Yeah, I kind of miss doing that though. What actually are the intervention laws? Because if we went to full laissez-faire, 75% private construction allocation would become permanent. Loan interest would also go down a lot. I would no longer be able to nationalise. I would not be able to forbid monopolies. Nobody wants to support this, though. Why? I would have thought that petit bourgeois would have wanted to support laissez-faire. Shopkeepers benefit quite a lot. And I have a lot of shopkeepers. Trade unions support interventionism. My petite bourgeoisie are at 35% clout to be the baddies. No, I just think that now that shopkeepers and... oh, 7th. Just have a lot more power since the economy reworks and changes. Proportional taxation. Predicted revenue. Plus 13k. The trade union's in favour. The industrialists and the landowners are against it. We would make quite a lot more money out of proportional taxation. Let's see if we can get that going. We should also try and get schools in. Although it would severely piss off the church if we do that, which is a bit of a downside, seeing as they're responsible for a lot of our progress. Oh, I see. So after 5 years, for a 5-year treaty, you can't go against it for the 5 years, but after that, it's no longer binding. I was wondering, it's like the two Dutch ones I've had for a long time. It's because it's just mutually beneficial. They haven't wanted to revoke them. Subvention for coal. I think I want to keep that coal subvention. Although I may... No, if I don't subsidise coal as heavily as I am... then the rest of my economy basically would not be possible. There are big shortages on the Swedish market. $300, 100, 1, 700 from the Prussians. But then reducing the subventions on imports would make my private sector much more likely to invest in coal, like they're currently doing for iron. I think that might be an idea. Let's see how badly this breaks my economy if I do it. Guns are now considered cheap. Value of sulfur has been going up and down. Look at the dynamite. Sugar has had zero value. How is it on the world market? 17. It's actually really cheap. So I think what we should probably do is go to the food producers. And have you start using baking powder. Both of you are losing money as it is. Never mind then. I have the intervention economic system from the start. Wouldn't it be better to switch to agrarianism? Agrarian has 5% more state dividends, 50 contribution from aristocrats, farmers, minus 25 from capitalists. What do you think? Depends how wealthy your capitalists are. Dweller Uprising has seceded. You should probably go to the Southern Africa HQ then. As should the Navy. I thought we would just have a fight, but apparently not. Rush the succession. Britain, the US and the Netherlands are all leaning towards me. Don't need to mobilise yet. Explosive shortages. You're building coal mines. Though not in my territory. Alright, here's what I'll do. I will build a coal mine in Scania and I'll upgrade the explosives factory too. They've already maxed it out. The Spanish took all of my coal mines. Interesting. I mean, it still sells into my market. They just get the profit from it. Gosh, it was so close to getting 75 prosperity. And what I might do, I should give you both of these rights. How many charters do I have? Oh, I only have one more. Because the other thing I was thinking was giving them an industry right. Food steel mills. No. Maybe. Maybe. And I'd like to give them both of those. I need more company charters. I don't really know why they limit charters. Well, I definitely want you to have investment rights. I was going to give them the right to own coal mines. So, let me just think about this for a second, because we have the Swedish Steel Corporation. Which I think I would rather have owning steel mills than LCAB. And the reason for that is they can produce refined steel, which also gives state construction efficiency, but also, importantly, the 20% throughput, which would be a 20% throughput bonus on tools, motors, guns, artillery, and construction. And yes, I was going to do the explosives factory too. Why are you on so little money? This is not a problem of capacity. This is a problem of them not being profitable. Which is not my problem. Laissez-faire, baby. Buy it on the market. France and Portugal remain on the fence. I should probably start mobilizing. At the moment, the only force that's actually potentially involved is Norland. Which they do very quickly. What's their organisation so low? Insufficient command. Why is that gone? Oh, they've lost the general. Armed forces, Imperious. Reduction of morale lost, that's good. Aggressive maneuver chance. Yeah, Metitious, oh, that's nice. Charismatic, that's really nice. Grifter, not great. Ruthless has no effect. Explorer has no effect. Kidney Stones is bad. Ambitious, more offense, less recovery rate. Woodland. I think I'm going to go with you. There you go, now you get an organisation back. Kind of bad that that was allowed to slip as far as it did, though. Oh yes, do I have the raise conscripts button now? Here. Ah! So once you've mobilised it, you can then press that. Gotcha. But it's still attached to that army. Okay. Where's your limit gone on? Because Diedrich von Platten is just very good. An influential faction within the Church of Sweden is grown frustrated with the co-members' neutrality on the topic of proportional representation. Proportional taxation, even. Themselves in favour of the law, they have now resolved to form a separate political faction intent on passing it. Yes, I'll agree to that. Armed Forces Interest Group, Pop Attraction. I don't really want the Armed Forces to grow, but I do want the Church to shrink. So you guys need to do naval invasion here with them supporting. I do need more ships apparently, so let's order some more for the future. Kind of out of manpower. Of course, we're constructing things again. Holland. Being told to advance, that's fine. They don't seem to have an army. Law progressed into consideration. Fantastic. I don't want to jinx it, but I've had 0 problems passing laws this game, and I don't really know why. Do these guys just not have an army? Yep. Okay then. Well, let's send the troops home. Travelling to Scandinavia HQ. I want you to travel to Scandinavia HQ. Beautiful. I don't know how Britain's colonising Namama so quickly. Military is a lot better in this patch. Played multiple campaigns, declared many wars, and the armies haven't teleported home once. Neither has the front line broken into 100 fronts. True, it didn't break into 100 fronts, but I did have one war where I was trying to defend Denmark. Half of my army was here, half of my army was over here. Despite the fact I was trying to defend Scania. It still has its issues. Plus the fact I have no idea how it decides who wins battles. Like that winning bar seems to be completely random. Electric telegraph. Less war exhaustion from casualties. Okay. We are still, however, researching dynamite. 18 months left. Ooh, authority is low. How do I get more authority? Well, I could reduce the road maintenance. We'll keep the road maintenance in Norrland. Just because the population is so much lower. Laura's moved into ascent. Good. Campaign financing. Parties, particularly the People's Party, are struggling to raise enough funds for all their campaigning needs. We will send money to every party. Because everybody likes this. May need to have some more government interventionism soon. Give coffee to the soldiers is good for them. Ugh. Why would you want to give people coffee willingly? Disgusting stuff. Norway is very economically independent. Maybe build a load of industries in Norway to make them more reliant on us. That's interesting. They're having problems manning everything. Same as... Oh no, they have 25k job seekers. Their explosives factory has also gone bust. Rivals are breaking. That's good. Steel frame buildings. You can get covered markets in the urban centre and steel frame building construction sector, which I do want to do. So fabric, having gone from one of the most valuable commodities, becomes completely useless. Wood also disappears. That's going to have a bigger effect on my economy. Glass is about to become really valuable. Iron is about to become worthless. Explosives are about to become very valuable. Tools are about to become more valuable, as is steel. We rely heavily on steel and iron. So actually the most profitable segment of my market right now is wood. Well, it's about to become... Yeah, I thought that might happen. There are now huge steel shortages. I think I might use some of my own construction capabilities to build steel mills. Although the problem I have is we may not necessarily have the population to actually run these. Alright, let's build 3 steel mills. Because the advantage of this is they're going to continue to use iron. I'm purposefully building iron demand here. $61k. Flipping hell. $70k, is that something the private sector can afford? Yes. But I can't. Charles XV's reign has come to an end. Oscar Bernadotte has ascended to the Swedish throne as Oscar II, King of Sweden. And, well, actually not Norway anymore. They're a puppet, not a personal union. Long live the king. So who's the new guy? Oh, we have an election too. Lantmana won. Radical than the People's Party. It looks like the farmers are also marginalised. Also part of the intelligentsia. Interesting. Innovative. Plus 10 tech spread. That's good. He is a naval officer. Seeing who's currently available. Farmer, intelligentsia. Opposes monarchy. Maybe not. Endorses protectionism. Don't like that very much. Endorses interventionism. That's good. Taxation. He wants proportional. He wants public schools. He could help us push through better Education. Which I think might be the next goal. Oh, no, we've already maxed out education. I was thinking healthcare. Temporary embarrassment. Ambitious middle strata citizens are opposing proportional taxation on the grounds that when they inevitably become wealthy capitalists, they'll be excessively taxed. We should be more realistic. This is like the big blur. Reduction in tax rate. No, that's kind of going against the whole point of doing this. Minimum expected standard of living for the middle strata. They do become a bit more radical, but we've been working really hard on keeping loyalists up and radicals low. Our government is really stable. So, middle class, standard of living. It's currently 15, minimum will become 18. Average is 22. Be more realistic. Maybe try selling to other countries for money. We do already. All of that's now automated through the world market system. I so much prefer this. We are second biggest exporter of artillery. We are the second biggest importer of coal. Second biggest importer of explosives. That's interesting. Biggest importer of fabrics. Second biggest exporter of fish. Second biggest importer of fruit. Biggest importer of glass. Biggest exporter of hardwood. Second biggest exporter of iron. Second biggest importer of ironclads. Oh, really? Second biggest importer of alcohol. Biggest exporter of small arms. Ooh, like third. There's a big shortage on the world market, so the price must be decent. Question, what are the biggest shortages in? Furniture and fabrics. And wood. Interesting. So even though our own market doesn't use a huge amount of wood, there is still a huge market for it. No, other way around. There's a big surplus. Probably because everyone is weaning themselves off of wood and going for steel frame. The biggest market is for glass. And then fish, surprisingly. And then paper. So is anyone... 11 constructions. Good grief. I was hoping that maybe we'd be working on a glass factory. Because, yeah, this place is going to be absolutely rolling in money. So let's go ahead and upgrade the Scania glass works. My Canada run. Japan is having a revolt. One of the sways says that they will accept us to become the subject of Canada. Interesting. I mean, Denmark basically did that. Denmark had a revolt and said that if I helped them in the revolt, they'd become a subject. Unfortunately, Prussia joined on the rebel side. Which is how Denmark became a Prussian protectorate. 4.3 million. Dye works accident. Several workers died today at the Gutter Works dye works when an industrial-sized tub of hot dye accidentally spilled over the workshop floor on the unsuspecting workers. Become more radical, or we get trade union support. Will not have died in vain. Police officers in uniform have been discovered supporting the Swedish-Dutch Association. Svealand becomes more radical, improvement in relations. More appeasement goes down, but we gain more loyalists. No, police should be neutral. This is really valuable again. Steel and glass are expensive, but we are working on both of those. And thankfully a lot of the steel is going to be government owned, at least until we get another company slot. Speaking of which, we should probably get another company slot. Which is a society thing. 10% more minting would be quite nice. Investment banks is what I would like to have, so I think we need to do mutual funds into investment banks. Go on to the dogs. A horrendous first draft of the proportional taxation has every faction clamouring to ram in their desired changes. Sebastian Toro has whipped up immense public discontent in favour of a rewrite. Ah. So Church of Sweden gains less approval, but we gain success chance. Toro gains popularity. Or we take some of the church's suggestions. Success chance is already really low, so I will take the hit to the church. How is their support at the moment? They are still loyal. As long as this remains above 8, it's fine. Because I want to keep that company throughput bonus. It's part of the reason we are so competitive on the world market. What I might need to do is make you iron frame and you iron frame, just to make sure that they don't go completely bust. I'd like them to have almost neutral income, and this also makes construction overall just cheaper. Is malaria prevention cheaper? It's still 14 years to research, so not really. This works in kind of a similar way to EU, where techs get cheaper the further down the line you are. Although we could go and build another university, that's true. We should. Let's build the University of Scania. LCAP has started producing ore background iron. Fantastic. I was not watching that at all. But that's really, 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 really good for us. Because the iron mines now have 20% more throughput, which is probably not great for them. Well, no, because it just means that... No, because iron just gets cheaper. However, what is really good for us is ore ground iron has a 20% throughput on steel mills. Which means our steel mills are now 20% more efficient. Which is very good. It also increases the trade advantage for exporting that iron, and all of the mines that they own will export that iron, I believe. Yeah, it looks like they own all of them except for the... Oh, man, they've been really expanding. They actually got that really fast. Yeah, they own all of these. Earning a lot of money from them. Oh, this costs authority as well. I didn't realise that. Huh. Because, yeah, allowing them to make trade centres would definitely be useful, because then they can choose how to export their goods. But that trade advantage should mean that the iron that we are selling on the world market should become much easier to sell. There isn't a lot of it yet, but it will jump. Which means that they'll make even more money. How is the price of steel now? It's dropped. Good. And it is indeed cheaper on the Swedish market than on the world market. Munitions still expensive. I don't like that. We're almost to 5 million debt again, so I think once the universities are done, we're going to have to spend another year or so not building anything. Could reduce the number of construction sectors to free up some workers. True. I actually kind of like that we've split them between steel and iron, though. Because it means we're still going to have some demand for the iron and wood. And it also means that the investors can actually pay for it all. So once these universities are done, my minus 38k should become positive like 10, 15. Citizens Association for the enactment of proportional taxation. Salon endorsements gives 10% success chance. We get 5% more qualifications. We have a lot of universities. I don't think we really need the qualifications. I also don't really understand how qualifications work. But this tick seems to suggest that we're totally fine on that front, so we've had no problems there. We're now at a 50% success chance. And the proportional taxation should also really help us earn more cash. How's the loyalty of Norway? Good question. Stable. Nope, still rising. Very, very, very slowly. Their economic dependence on me is dropping. They're too rich. Well, we've really jumped ahead of Belgium now. Yeah, Dutch GDP is not very high. Oh, Dutch East Indies. No, GDP is the total wealth of the country, it's not per capita. We are now 6th wealthiest per capita, though. That's awesome. Western Australia, Norway, Canada, Colombia, Van Diemen's Land, Sweden, and then Denmark. So the 3 Nordics, 3 of the Nordics are in the top 10. Even before oil. Okay, so we are once again earning money. Dynamite! That's a big deal for us. That's a very big deal. Because this is going to reawaken the explosives industry, which is good. And it's also going to make our extraction industries way more efficient. So yeah, price of explosives is about to go through the roof. Tools are going to get a bit cheaper, coal's going to get a bit cheaper, engines are going to get a bit cheaper, iron value is going to drop out. Most important here is probably going to be the coal. Orland's losing money at the moment. But that shouldn't matter because you are owned. I thought. No, these must be state owned. Nope, these are all owned by LCAB. Which should mean that they're producing the special iron, which we should be able to sell far more easily. However, it has just occurred to me that special iron may not have the... Oh, it does. Do I want to pay 7 grand in subventions? I don't think I do. Number 3 producer of iron worldwide. There's only 500 over. We are using a lot in the steel mills and also selling a lot. Is this part of there not being enough trade centres, perhaps? Yes. I think so. So build me some more of those. Nice and quick. Doesn't take you long. Give the iron mines steam donkeys to increase the value of coal. I think they already have them. Oh, no, they don't. Yeah, they do. Equatorial Bantu National Movement organises in Norland. Again? Rubber has been discovered in South Cameroon. Nice. Now, people are building stuff here. Proportional taxation has passed. Excellent. We gain another 10k in revenue. Straight away. So we should be able to pay off these debts pretty quickly. Now, credit limit's now 20 million, so it's basically doubled what we used to have. But I would still rather pay that debt off and get a bit of a gold reserve again. We're currently getting mutual funds, which will get us even more money. Because that's going to be a 10% more minting and interest rate reduction. And trade advantage. Oh! Hadn't even thought that trade advantage might be a technology thing. But it is. Okay. We're making 40 grand. They're still making a profit. And ore ground iron now dwarfs regular iron. And there's still a shortage on the world market overall. Which suggests to me that there is still capacity to sell. So does that mean that trade centres, yeah, we don't have enough. Build some more then. And constructions. And we're out of bureaucracy again. Oh, this is positive. So the tax capacity is positive everywhere, so that really doesn't matter. I can just put these wherever. If the tax capacity was negative, then I think you wouldn't be earning as much. There is now 1,000 excess iron available. But on the world market, there is still a shortage of 400. So there's always going to be an excess. Oh, even with the amount we're producing, we've slipped to 4th. Canada has overtaken us. Spain is catching us quickly. But that's because we're investing in Spain. We do have trade capacity again. So that is not the problem right now. Level 36 trade center in Svealand. It's kind of crazy. And I'm not the only one who's had to invest in this. A lot of people are being used in that province too. I think we've kind of hit our... Actually, we could probably do these. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We've probably hit our limit in terms of population usage. I really don't understand how Britain's colonising this so much quicker than we are. Ah, this is the screen where I can see what their growth is. Growth by colony generated by Great Britain is 2.5. They have 65 provinces in Namaqualand. That's why they're getting the bonus. Yeah, they're getting 1% faster than I am. 20% bonus from Victoria of Hanover. So it's just the fact that their queen gives them a 20% bonus is what's basically giving them the buff. I don't think it's institution level. It's being reduced due to population in the States. They don't have that penalty. Glass and explosives are still very expensive. Is anyone doing anything about the explosive situation? You're building even more Spanish iron mines. Well, I guess it's kind of what you do, is build mines, isn't it? Meanwhile, just the random capitalists are building another steel mill. Is that because we have a shortage of steel? Because I could do something about that. We have the biggest shortage of coal, which is not good. No. We have a surplus of coal. Oh. In that case, I'm going to stop paying for more. No, we're minus. Hang on. Buy orders 300, sell orders 2.4. So yes, we do not have enough. I should be paying more to import coal. So we have a shortage of coal. The reason I was thrown by this is we have a shortage in tools. And fish. Glass and explosives I'm not surprised by. Liquor I'm not surprised by. And then our surplus is wood, guns, iron, clippers, marine. Modern nursing unlocks field hospitals. Nice. Sugar is still worth an apple. So yeah, we have coal shortages. I completely misread that. So in a month I can change this back to importing. I think I might even go to here. Because we're actually making quite a lot of cash at the moment. Thanks to the construction sector. I think with quinine it will speed up the colony making. We have quinine already, we just don't have the more advanced one yet. I think I might go to this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then tools, I guess we probably want to hire subvention to try to export them more aggressively. Wait, no, we have a shortage. Let's just say no tariff on tools then. Fish. We'll leave where they are. Glass is uber expensive. Are we not building more glass things? We're not. That's something that I should probably go ahead and just build then. Glass works. Oh yeah, loads of earnings. Thailand, I guess. We don't exactly have the labour for this. And we should also take a look at mutual funds and then investment banks. Investment banks gives us another company. So we need to start thinking about what the next company is going to be. Oh, we already know it's going to be the Swedish Steel Corp. So what do we need for this? We need to have level 5 steel mill. Do we have a level 5 steel mill anywhere? No. So let's make sure we have that in Svealand. Because we want to be a major steel exporter with the construction buffs. Socialism has been unlocked. Standard living from literacy, workplace, safety, office, institution. Speaking of which, we can't do the institutions. We could get next colonial level, but that would require more government. So let's have that set up. So even though we're actually building basically everything, the income taxes are covering my expenditure. So changing tax law was actually way more important than I thought it was. As our industries have grown more and more crucial to the future of the Swedish nation, so too has the working class. Disparate workers' movements have begun to unite under the cause of socialism. We still have a lot more loyalists than we have radicals. So I'm not too concerned. Am I able to expedite? No. Can I get interest anywhere else? I can. Spain. Seeing as we do a lot of trade there. North Sea, potentially. Get some of those extraction industries going. Let's also say the Indies. Greece wants me to transfer furniture to them in exchange for allowing me to build in Greece. What if I don't give you the furniture and just build in Greece anyway? They agree to that. Like, we want your chairs. How about I don't give you the chairs? Okay. Lumber industry is vastly overproducing too. It's time to get some of the lumberjacks into making glass and steel. Potentially. I mean, if the industries aren't profitable, then those industries will close. We are now a fully liberal market economy. The spectre haunting the world. Rising prevalence of socialist unrest within Sweden has begun to coalesce into a movement that threatens the rule of the upper classes. Struggle between classes has acquired a sharper edge as Swedish workers adopt the methods and principles of the socialist movement. Will fail if the spectre haunting the world progress bar reaches 100. Ah, okay. If it fails and we get the event a world to win, communist, anarchist and vanguard characters become more frequently in Sweden. If it times out, then we get the fire break and the socialist movement will be weakened for the near future. Socialists in my Sweden. Oh! Russia is normalizing relations. I'm actually okay with this. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. $2.4K in subsidies. What the hell am I paying subsidies for? Ports. How do I turn that off? I can do it on a big scale. I have to do it per industry, apparently. No subsidies. Much better. One other thing I did want to do is try to get my my fleet up to 30 ships. Because I'm going to guess that it's one ship per division to carry. And I'd like to be able to carry one of my armies per time. Why does Prussia own Denmark? Because we fought a war over Denmark. And I lost. So these guys are all building trade centers. They want to see me being able to sell more stuff to them. That's awfully nice of them. Hopefully it's iron. So, oops. Iron is no longer... No, these are the shortages. We still have a surplus of iron, but it's not as significant as it was previously. We still have a massive surplus of wood, however. We have shortages of tools, coal, and explosives. Mutual funds. A sort of pooled investment fund, the mutual fund helps combine the individual wealth of investors into massive pools of money that can flex immense financial strength to acquire securities and other costly financial instruments. So we get some more trade advantage, which I think is going to be really helpful. Less loan interest. Our interest is down to 2k anyway. And extra minting, which means we just make more money out of thin air. 27k of it, in fact. However, almost half of our budget is still from renting out the construction industry to the private sector. And they are still making money even after that. We're going full steel freight. Yeah, they can afford it. Boom! And my own income skyrockets, because guess who owns the steel mills? This guy! It's like, hey, you want to use our construction industry? Sure, you can pay for it. Also, you have to pay for all of the resources that you're using in that construction from us. It's called franchising. Standard of living continues to rise. We're now making 50k a month, a week rather. How our economy has turned around. Don't really know why. I do feel like that perhaps the construction industry is a bit too valuable compared to everything else. Plus, I guess it helps that we own all of the construction resources. We have an election coming up. Fruitful endorsements. In a gesture of solidarity with the Radical Party, Sebastian Toro is encouraged to support to vote for it in the ongoing election. So the Radical Party is now the industrialists, the trade unions, and the intelligentsia. I'm actually really happy with that. Absolutely support them. A torrent of gin and beer. The Landsmanner Party's anti-alcohol policy is hurting their electoral prospects, as scores of thirsty workers flock to the Radical Party. No beer, no vote. Radical Party might actually upstage Landmanner this time around. For the first time since the game started. As we're a two-party state now. And rural and landowners are completely marginalised at this point. France. France wants to be able to build in Sweden, but you're not going to give me the same. How about you allow me to invest there as well? No dice, no investment. We're down to 1.5 million in debt. We have turned this around really quickly. Lobby demand. Request that we declare a rivalry with Russia. We have a rivalry with Russia, don't we? No. We did. With Russia and with Saxony. Because screw Saxony. Question. How big is your army? 263 battalions. I want a third army. "30 divisions. Off we go." Lobby demands completed. That was nice and easy. Overly enthusiastic partisans. Supporters of the Lantamana party have gone beyond simply campaigning for their own party, harassing and sometimes physically assaulting opposing partisans. Crack down on them. And we will lose money for a short term while we build all of these barracks, but it's not going to take us for very long, considering how huge our construction sector is now. Any Japan tips? I've never actually played Japan before. Grow slowly is my main suggestion. It's only really in the last 5 years or so that we've started to get really positive income. So the Radicals did get 25% of the vote, but Landmann still won. Never have enough patience for this game and games like it. It's worth learning. Yeah, Paradox games are definitely worth learning. Note, I work for Paradox, a slight bias, but I played Paradox games before I worked for them, and I still really enjoy them. Grain is expensive. Are they getting low organization? They are not. I think you're low organization on the new army. What's this going to be called? This is going to be the Svenska Colonial Army. I don't have that on my keyboard, so copy and paste. and also politics. So the Landmann Party are in power. That's the bourgeoisie, the church, which has lost a lot of its support. But the petit bourgeois has massively grown. And then the armed forces, which have also lost some. We could put the losers in government. So, what laws would you now support? Abolition of the monarchy, no thanks. Distribution of power, we should probably take a look at that. Separation of church and state. And bureaucracy. Wealth voting would have a 9% chance of success. Intelligentsia, trade unions, industrialists and the armed forces all support it. The landowners don't, but they're marginalised, so I don't care. $75 legitimacy based on government clout. Oh, that's 100%. 40 based on votes. 65 based on votes. To be considered. Church and state. The church is still quite a powerful voice in our government, so we're going to leave that the hell alone. Schooling. I would like to try to get to public schools, but the church is just really against it. Unsurprisingly, they have dominance over the religious schools. What about hospitals? Same problem. Nobody cares about the other stuff. Okay, then no changes. Although institutions, we do want to change, particularly colonial affairs. I'd also like to get these, but the colonial affairs is going to be the big one. Oh, I can actually do these at the same time. I definitely want that one. Let's have those working. How do I have such powerful petit bourgeois and weak industrialists? Because for a lot of the game, I was owning and building my own industries. So it's mostly the people working in them which were getting wealthy rather than the private sector. Although recently I've been letting the private sector do a lot of their own stuff. Which is why they can do all of this now. And also I think simply the amount of trade I'm doing means a lot of shopkeepers, because I have a lot of trade posts. Or what are they called? Like, I do a lot of trade. If I go to the trade center, level 39 trade center in Svealand, 25 in Norrland, 18 in Götaland. Because I'm trying to keep this capacity positive and failing, apparently. So let's go and build another one in Norrland. Maybe even two. Let's start with one. And tenant farmers but weak landowners. I think the landowners simply because I don't have peasants anymore. Where's the best way of seeing that? Well, basically, if I go to any of these, the number of peasants I have is just really low, which means there's just nobody working the land anymore. Although, interesting point about the tenant farmers. Is there something I can do about that? Just nobody wants to support it. Everyone's just like, I don't care. Rural folk would be in favour of commercialised agriculture. That's interesting. Yeah, I just don't think there's any real support for it. But this is the first time that the petit bourgeois are as powerful as this. Usually they're around 25%. The Church of Sweden was actually the most powerful until this election. This election really toppled the church and then brought in the petit bourgeois. And the industrialists are also slowly rising, but I think that, again, is because our government, or our economy generally, is becoming a lot more liberal. Reports of Per Meyer, leader of the rural folk, not attending meetings or fulfilling his obligations. We can no longer ignore his absence. I don't really care if he's not that popular. That's a lot of cotton plantations. Probably to try and reduce the cost of fabric on the world market. And our army changes are almost done, at which point we can start making money again. Radical intelligentsia. Don't think I really want that. Okay, so we are renting our entire industry to the private sector now. And they are still earning money. Their own reinvestment pool has just skyrocketed. And we're researching investment banks. And then the next company we're going to go for will be the Swedish Steel Corporation. And the only thing that we don't have is a company slot. And then at that point, our control of the metal markets is going to be absurd. Because your productivity is going to start really high and it's just going to rise from there. And because I have access to so many other countries, investment-wise, you should be able to grow pretty quickly too. Meanwhile, how's the colonization coming along? It's getting there. Has anyone started investing in this? Are coal mines available? What about Cameroon? Cameroon they are investing in. Ooh, rubber. Coffee, cotton, sugar, tea. I haven't built a trade centre here yet, though. I may do that for you. Just to make sure that you can actually export any goods that you want to export. I don't think we're going to be a socialist state. We have not been mistreating our workers. In fact, the last time I checked, we were 6th highest per capita GDP. We're now 8th, so we have dropped a little bit. But we're still pretty darn well off. Haven't had anything to do with power blocks. Could try to create my own, like Belgium's done. Belgium has 101 divisions? I guess I have 90. US has 100 with 380 conscription. Yeah, I should probably raise more troops. Get you a general too. Brave defensive strategist with adamant defense. Let's put you on adamant defense. And then I think I'm going to create another one in Scandinavia. Pious. Commander, morale loss and recovery. Let's go with Oscar. Let's actually start with the artillery because I want 6 artillery. 2 cavalry. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Now that's 120 divisions. We are now a great power. Do I have any conscripts? Yeah, we have some. Not a huge amount. But I think I want to rely primarily on a professional army anyway. Says 0 there. Well, we could. +0. So no, apparently we don't have any conscription. Why is that? Is that a politics thing? Because I know one of the laws was secret police. If I'd gone for National Guard instead, then I could mobilize 35 divisions. But I've just not really seen how you do conscription armies in this. In Victoria 2, I know they're a huge part of the game. In Victoria 3, I just haven't seen it. I was kind of expecting to have to build conscription centres. Because that's the other place I've seen it, is if I go to one of these. Conscription centres, size 0 of 9. But how do you build them? You need to add conscripts to the army. So if I then created another army, instead of adding them as regulars, I'm not going to assign a general to you yet. Let's see how that works. Okay. And does that still require a thing to be built for them? No. Okay. So I'm going to have my 4 regular forces that are just always there. Then if I get into real trouble, I can raise the conscripts. But I'm not going to add them as part of the regular forces. It's interesting because I remember in Victoria 2, your regular forces tended to be significantly stronger. Especially if you had like guards. And you couldn't raise conscripts as anything other than infantry. And they would raise as irregulars. It's a good point. They probably must have had conscript artillery. They wouldn't have had all of that artillery at the start of the war, I don't think. Because I remember in Victoria, like, the way you played it was you had huge numbers of artillery, decent amount of cavalry, and no infantry. And then as soon as you go to war, you hit the mobilize button. You have just enough infantry to hold the front line until your conscripts all arrive. And then you start sorting them into armies with the regular artillery units. Reinforced concrete. Construction sector throughput. Hello. Don't mind about that. Holy crap. We're getting so much money now. Oh, right, because I'm building stuff. Duh. New Grenadines Swedish Treaty of Commerce and Navigation. Sweden transfers furniture to New Granada. Sweden is guaranteeing the independence of New Granada. Trade, no, I'm not doing that. I'm friends with... Oh. I'm friends with Spain. But we seem to have a French socialist revolt. Which is just France fighting against France, with the regular French having significantly more troops. Revolt's too small. Yep, looks that way. Armed Forces petition the government representing his constituents in the Armed Forces. Lars Weidenhelm has issued a formal petition to the Swedish government to pass wealth voting. That is something we were considering doing. Okay. Let's go towards wealth voting. 39, 40% are in favour. 10% chance of success, but the intelligentsia, the trade unions, the industrialists, the armed forces all want it. I wonder how that's going to change the makeup of my government. Also, we need some more government administration. Götaland could do with a railway. Is someone going to build that for us? Nope. Then I'll do it. Gantry cranes. Unlock steam ships for shipyards, steam trawlers for fishing wharves, and steam-powered whalers for whaling stations. An industrial port for the port. That's quite a few things. So shipyards can now do steamships. So clippers are about to become really expensive. I don't know if we still use clippers after this. If we do, we can just buy them on the market, I guess. Fabric becomes less value. Wood completely drops. Engines become a lot more valuable. So does steel. Hardwood also drops out. I don't think I want to do this everywhere. Let's just do it in Scania for now. Explosive shells. Yeah, we definitely want those. Now we want Power of the Purse because we don't use Men of War. Goods consumption, less ammunition, ironclads, and artillery. I don't understand this! Because this is just removing all goods consumption. And it's all of them that do this. Covered markets we could have done a while ago. We probably still should. Glass becomes a lot more valuable. That's fine. Fishing wharves. We are producing steamers, so they are about to become a lot cheaper. Coal gets more expensive, but there has been a global shortage of fish. This also switches clippers to steamers. We don't need that much merchant marine though, it's actually quite cheap. Is unification with Norway not possible? Not at the moment. For whatever reason, their Liberty desire just keeps on rising, and I have no way of stopping it. Not without crushing my own government, which I don't want to do. Like, the main way of reducing it is by basically spending my own government legitimacy. I'd rather have a legitimate, stable government, thank you. So eventually Norway will break free, in which case I'll just have to invade them. And then just straight up annex them instead of puppet them. I have 4 times more troops. No, 5 times more troops than they do. No, 6 times more. Yeah, 6 times. I have 120,000, I have 20. Not including conscripts. Plus, I'm a great power, baby. Somehow. Still not entirely sure how I achieve that. But Norway is 24th in terms of prestige, even though they're a puppet. Then again, so is Denmark. And British Raj. But the British Raj kind of makes sense. We're still building the railway. At that point, hopefully my economy will recover. Subventions. Why am I doing this much again? Coal. Yeah, for coal it's probably worthwhile. Although, we now have colonies that can produce coal. There is still a coal shortage, even with the subsidies. At least we're keeping the price low. glass. Really valuable. Let's actually add a bit of a glass subsidy as well. Although, what's glass used for? Oh, construction sector, so... Nah, I probably shouldn't bother subsidizing them, as just have no tariff. Let's do that instead, although this isn't that expensive to maintain. Considering my income now. Firebreak! Whether through the trust our people have in the truncheons of our soldiers, Sweden or of the truncheons of our soldiers. Start that again. Whether through the trust of our people or the truncheons of our soldiers, Sweden's emerged unbroken from the wave of socialist agitation that threatened it. A triumph for all of Sweden. More legitimacy, more loyalists from political movements, less political strength for labourers. The upper and the middle class become more loyalist. Fascist movement, pop attraction. Reactionary movement, pop attraction. No, I think this is a triumph for all of Sweden, thanks. Let's not go down that path. Colonies. Oh, nice. I'm still a little disappointed that nobody's invested in this. You know what? I will invest in it. I will start the ball rolling. And build a colony for myself. Because I know the coal mines over there are max level. Also, our tech is very nearly finished for investment banks, which is good. Because then I can get the steel company. And make my steel industry even more valuable. And the tool industry, for that matter. You want to transfer North Cameroon for South Cameroon. So you want to steal my port. That sounds like a terrible idea. Yeah, you want to give me this? No. Yes. You want to give me this and take this? No. But after that is done, I do wonder if it's then going to be possible to get malaria prevention. Still 11 years. Better canning, steam dump. Oh, I've got those already. Improved fertilizer might be a good one. No, you know what? Machine guns. Good game. Trench works. That is a new infantry type. Because my wars are going to be mostly defensive. I don't really have any intention to do any offensive military conflicts. Arming the natives. We discovered the rivals of Russia have begun arming the Nama natives of Swedish Hereroland. This is likely to impede our efforts to conquer the region. 50% penalty to colony growth. Hell no. Raise tensions with Russia. I've raised an army for just such a situation. Did I hit start wealth voting? The art of doing nothing. Though seriously opposing the wealth voting laws, Sebastian Toro has considered the armed forces' political position and instead offers support. Oh, cool. Welcome. Oh, it's just a penalty because it's slow. It's done. Now, did I get the other institution? I did. Really found that I've needed any of those other things. And everyone's loyal. They give me all of their bonuses. This is the nice thing about having a stable government. Transvaal or Onion near the uncolonized area have some gold deposits. Yeah, I know. That was part of the reason I did want to come down here. Though the fact that Britain's colonising quicker than I am down there is a little bit frustrating. Just because the Queen has a colonisation buff. Free company charter. Max number of companies. Urbanisation per centre. Wait, why? Oh, you bastards. Someone bought them. Spanish bought them. And 6 job seekers here. Huh. So was how many levels I needed? 2? Yes. Okay. At least we built those at the same time. And it doesn't really cost us that much anymore. We have less than $1 million debt now. That's good. Can you buy them back? Not that I've seen. Because that would definitely be a nice thing to be able to do. Ooh, arms and artillery throughput. No, doesn't look like it. Wow, that's really good. So you get 10% from this, and then another 20% from refined steel. So you effectively have 30% throughput for guns. Pan-nationalism unlocked. More authoritar. Ooh. You can nationalise if your law allows it. I had seen that. But I don't think I can nationalise foreign-owned industries. Ah, it's because they have the foreign investment right. I could put them up for sale for 200k per level. But then I wouldn't be getting the government dividends. 7k is from industry that I own, which is primarily steel. At least until I start this company, at which point I'll probably lose most of that. Because those factories then go to their ownership. But thankfully we build stuff pretty fast. Man, you guys are investing really heavily in Spain. I'm sure that won't cause any problems in the future. How did they buy them in the first place? I think they just built them. I don't think they bought them. Law debate failed. Ah, okay. That did not count as a setback, it just was a -10. Success. Fair enough. Netherlands. Don't think I can now join this though. Close. The Dutch East Indies is not the Netherlands themselves. I just hope that doesn't break one of my agreements with them. Because we have a defense pact. No, it hasn't. It's still really positive towards us. Speaking of attitudes, I have no other areas I declare. Can I improve relations with anyone in this area? Yes. I never even thought to talk to Portugal, actually. Belgium, see if you'll accept it now. They might do now. Yes! Okay, we now have the ability to build metal stuff in Belgium, our primary metalworking rival. And they can too, so let the contest begin. Whose companies are going to be stronger? Is there a way of checking that? Hey, it's Cockerill. I know them very well. They're one of the companies I put into Belgium in Hearts of Iron. And they were actually kind of cool. I reached out to Cockerill for permission to use their logo in Hearts of Iron. And they were like, yeah, sure, absolutely, but we would like you to add an event which talks about our wartime experiences. Sure, that seems entirely reasonable. Then they asked for basically a screenshot for their own archive so they could say, hey, we've been in Hearts of Iron. It was nice working with them. So, Cockerill. Cool people. And yes, they are mostly a railway company. But they do indeed do tooling, and I'm wondering if it's the tools they own. It is. They are a precision tools company. So you are worth what? 239,000. That might well be more than us. 239,000 versus Mjolnir 101. They're double the size. Ah, we can do the Swedish Steel Corporation now. Perfect. Make it happen. Prosperity immediately goes to 72. That's awesome. Meanwhile, I want to give you investment rights. And how many rights do I have left? If I were to give you industry rights, you would want iron mines and coal mines. I'd like to give one of you coal mining. And it might well make a lot of sense for it to be you. Oh! Is the charters available? Free company charter, so then it costs 100 if it's not free. You know what? I'm totally fine with that. That's a good investment. Okay, so you can now invest in steel mills and coal mines, which is great. Because up till now, we've not had anyone able to invest in coal. And I don't want you investing in iron because we already have a company that does that. Coal mines in Westphalia. Oh. The financial districts can do it, it's just the companies who can't. Yeah, they're doing that already. Fair enough. Law debate success. That is better. $369,000 left to pay off. Intelligentsia Modernizer. I already have an Intelligentsia Modernizer though. When's the next election? 19th of October 1880, so in almost exactly a year. Will landed voting pass before then? That's the question. Cockerill is one of the reasons why Belgium was the second country to industrialise in Europe. Yes, true. That and Belgium's position, because Belgium has huge amounts of coal in the Ardennes. And they're next to Luxembourg, which amazingly is actually one of the biggest producers of iron ore in Europe. They were actually roughly equivalent to how much Germany was producing. Germany in the run-up to the Second World War. And Belgium was basically buying the iron ore from Luxembourg and then using the coal to then run a whole bunch of steel mills, particularly around Liège. So Belgian metallurgy and metal manufacturing was kind of Britain's cloth and textiles. Would Spain be a hard nation to play with? Probably. Well, I don't know. Spain in this period was in decline. How well the game models that, I don't know. I did notice, however, that one of the upcoming DLCs, which I can talk about because these have been announced, is Iberian Twilight, which is available 4th quarter this year. Which I'm assuming is going to be all about the decline of the Spanish Empire. There's an Easter egg for Paradox as a company in Sweden. Not that I've seen. I'm checking the logos as well. Lanfang Kongsi. That doesn't look very Swedish. Anglo-Sicilian Sulphur Company. That doesn't sound very Swedish either. De Beers Consolidated Mines. In my Sweden? De Beers? That I'm fairly sure is Belgian. It's in Antwerp. Now I'm curious if De Beers was actually founded in Sweden or something. No IKEA or Volvo. They're both post this era. Speaking of Paradox Easter eggs, I went to support the Paradox Tough Viking team. They made these rather awesome t-shirts. I quite like that. Platypus wearing a Viking helmet. Dutch, surely. De Beers? No, Antwerp is the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. She's right there. It's also the diamond capital of Europe. Possibly even the world. Had to watch someone else to see if Texas would be a viable start. You have to abuse fighting to win the war against Mexico. Yeah, I think for games with a lot of combat, I would wait until there's a combat update. Which is why I'm quite happy just playing the economic game here. I'm kind of enjoying it. Finnish people are having a hard time getting employment. I don't really want to use authority, so standard living modifier. Sorry. Market access in Scania is down to just 78%. It's not ideal.
Raiding party!
Fraser, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing, dude? So I want to build a railway in Scania. Question is this going to be enough? 20 per level. It's 19 short. So we should probably build 2. We should get that done pretty quickly. Oh, we're in the positive. Gold reserves, 235,000. We have paid off our entire debt. All 5 million gone. That was a pretty quick recovery. I do feel like just selling construction stuff back to the private sector is a bit cheating though. But this is laissez-faire. Like, I think that this actually does an interesting job of simulating that. We really scale back what the government produces so that the private sector can just take over, and they have. Playing some Siege, but I keep getting sucked into Dune Awakening. Yeah, fair enough. How goes Vicky? Good, except for the one war against Prussia, but since then we've not fought anything. It's been decent. We're currently in the process of trying to colonize Herero. I think we're about to get the last piece of the coast hit, at which point nobody else can get behind us. Except, I guess, that bit from the British. It's interesting how they've been pushing inland a lot more than us, whereas we've just been going up the coast. And that's all automated, that's not something I did. Did my coal mine get built? And is it profitable? Not really. Probably because of a lack of vacancies here. It's having to sell its stuff all the way back up here. Insufficient construction for the investment pool. You guys want me to build you even more construction? Nah, you... I mean, yeah, maybe. Let's wait until I'm not building anything to see if we can actually afford it. Because I want to make sure that the investment pool remains positive. Because it has been shrinking. It got up to 47 million. It's now to 45, so it's gone down. That income tax has really turned things around too. Changing the tax laws. Radical expansion. The idea of the Radical Party have been raising interest throughout the country, leading to potential turmoil. They gain momentum, but then we also gain radicalism. I don't want to lose their approval, though. So keep expanding. It's fine. This is why I've built up so many loyalists versus radicals. To insulate me from such situations. Am I planning to free the Norwegians from the oppression government and welcome them into the Polish Swedish Union? They already are. They're a puppet. Or rather, they're a protectorate. But they're not going to stay that way forever. I cannot stop them getting independence. Not without delegitimizing my own government, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to let them get independent, and I'm just going to straight up conquer them. I have 6 times more troops than they do. And I'm currently researching the hand-cranked machine gun, so good luck. Ooh, 6th. Keep on climbing the ladder. We've overtaken America! Yes! Sweden mightier than America! You saw it here first. However, my GDP per capita is dropping. But I am still top 10. See, this is why we need to take Norway. They're second. We've been giving them too much money. We need to take it back. Consideration phase. Excellent. And that success level keeps on rising. Still a part of Sulawesi which is available. Still a couple of islands in the Pacific too. All of North America is now colonized. Not all of South America is, though. Guarani and Mapuche. And Bolivia is fighting against Colombia. Or Brazil. No, Peru, Bolivia is fighting... It's one hell of a war. Oh, wow. Brazil, Prussia, and Denmark, who they somehow got on their side, versus Peru and Colombia. So Peru and Colombia versus Brazil and Prussia. How strong are the Prussian armies at this point? Yeah, they hit pretty hard. Definitely need to get those machine guns. And the reason I said somehow they got Denmark is I know that Denmark is a puppet. But Norway was a puppet when I was fighting against Prussia, and for some reason Norway did not join my side during that war. Oh, it's because Denmark is a puppet, it's not a protectorate. Election. Landsmann are down to 68% of the vote. Radical Party is up to 31. So the Radicals are definitely growing. The Landsmann has still got the most votes. Shift work. Economy of scale building level cap. Didn't even know there was one. Economy of scale buildings gain plus 1% throughput up to level 20, I assume. Interesting. What buildings are those? Where does it say? Tooling workshops are one of them. Grain is still expensive, so is glass and ammunition. Grain being expensive is not good. Right, let's subsidize imports. Although that could get expensive, I suspect. So far it's not. We could get some more farms in Sweden, but there's nobody here to work them. We could try to get some grain farms going on down here, though. Or we just try to buy in the grain. Are you saying that you don't have enough infrastructure? You are trying to tell me you don't have enough infrastructure. Yes, you are. Hand cranked machine gun. +5 army defense, +5 kill rate. By using a mechanical crank to rotate the barrel, it is possible to fire bullets at a much faster rate than a standard firearm. Floating harbour, also completed. Mass scale trading at the trade centre. That sounds like it might be of use to us. Trade centre. Oh yeah. So Merchant Marine is going to get a bit more expensive if we do this. I'm going to say continue. Because we can also make Merchant Marine themselves cheaper by upgrading our port. I didn't think I needed to do this at the time, but now I do. What shipyard? Industrial port uses steamers instead of clippers, but doubles the production. Continue, and then I want to go to the shipyards. Not that far up, I thought. Because we now need to just change entirely to steamers. And then let's see how that equalizes my economy. It'll take a minute. 30k losses from nationally owned buildings. Ouch. $28k, 21k being paid out to the trade centers. That's going to take a minute for the steamers to balance. Why is their value crap? The value should be rising. Huh? Don't know why that's so. It's because you don't have people working here. But they're so cheap already. Going from land tax to per capita doubles my money. Yeah, per capita is a nice one to have. I think that's what we're on as well. No, we're on proportional. We just went from per cap to proportional, and that also gave me another 10k a month, a week. And it was widely supported too, which is quite nice. Now I'm trying to get the wealth voting through, but that one's a bit more difficult. French Empire sided with Spain. Belgium is leaning towards the Spanish Revolt. Doesn't look like they want to purchase my assistance. I don't particularly want to go to war with Belgium, as it took us a while to get access to their... Whoa. I guess my selling the rights to build coal mines to one of my companies paid off. Coal's about to become a lot cheaper. However, the investment pool continues to drop. They may have been a bit too aggressive in buying stuff everywhere. We, however, are not. We've actually got 1.8 million in our cash reserve now. Good. How high can the cash reserve go? $4.5. Seven days on that. Right, did this actually require anything? No. So we're now doing military statistics, which will give us the organization gain. Then after that, it's trench works, which gives me trench infantry, and I think I also want bolt action rifles after that. And that should be a really nice military upgrade. Trench works gives me access to the trench infantry, which is the next level of infantry, which will need double the ammunition and a little more small arms. Götaland also needs more. Structure. Scania's ranking up, but not yet. Success goes down again. That's a little unfortunate. GDP per capita, we're now 6th. Canada's formed. So it has. Liberty Desire, high, 100. Oh dear. We might well be seeing the Canadian War of Independence soon. That's a very small looking US as well. Ooh, wow, Brazil. Got both annexed Colombia and puppeted Peru. That's one hell of a power play by them. Did we ever have the American Civil War? I remember seeing it. Yeah, Brazil's quite the major power now. 10th. With a population of 14 million. 3 times more than what I have. I did get my healthcare up, didn't I? Yes, I did. Could potentially try to upgrade the healthcare again. Keep that mortality rate low. Keep the population growth levels high. I don't know how this compares to other people. An agitator appears, Thomas Peyron. An industrialist. Can actually support that. Where is he? Oh. He immediately just becomes one. So my intellectual agitator has disappeared. Doesn't really do much that I particularly want. Radical. You don't like the monarchy. You do want suffrage. You do want free speech, but I think I have those already. You do want public education. You don't like the police, though. Neutral towards free trade, endorsing protectionism. Compulsory primary school. Oh, I didn't realize that was one of the child labour things. You want interventionism or laissez-faire? We're interventionist already. We are already proportional taxation. You know what? You would be a good one for us. Let's bring you in. See if we can move our people's supporting a little more. If you inspect other countries' populations, you can see the pop growth. 1.4 is quite good, though. Aha. Oh yeah, 0.9. 0.8. 1.37, close. 1.6, so USA is higher than mine. 1.1. So yeah, 1.4 seems to be pretty good. 1.8. Minus 2.8. 1.4. 1.1. So we are probably among the highest. population. 1. 1.7. Yeah, we are actually one of the highest. Good. Borgu have backed down. Not surprised. Scania still have low access. Is that just because the railways are not filling up? These industries are a mess. Let's report railway. Yes. Just have such a low number of people that we physically do not have the people to run everything that we're trying to. We need to conquer some high population areas and steal the population. Next success, we're up to 40%. 1 year, 3 months going until they get annoyed with me. So this bill has been going for 3 years now. 3 freaking years. Oh, Smoke Cats wanted me to drink some tea. Sorry, I missed that one. Cheers. I'm going to spill half of it because of course I do. Messy, messy, messy. Anyway, it has gone 5 and I've been streaming too long and I don't want to strain my hand too much. Hence, bandage. So I'm going to call this one here, I think. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and would like to support the channel, please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a YouTube, as the people watching YouTube right now would probably know, which is youtube.com/MordredViking. If you're watching YouTube and you want to join us on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/MordredViking. That's it for me. You can bring the details in... Yeah. Or if we're on the YouTubes, you can see all those details in the description below. Cool. That's it for me. I will be back next weekend, as far as I know. I don't know what I'll be playing yet. Hopefully by then the hand will be better and the bandage will be off. So I might be able to do some more mouse-intensive things, like maybe going back to Bannerlord. We shall see how things are through this next week and whether going back to work completely destroys my hand. To be determined. Yeah, so thanks everyone. I'll see you all soon. Until then, bye-bye.